All right, we're taking a look at these storms that are continuing to move in through western parts of South Dakota right now. And it's kind of rolling over the north side of the Black Hills, kind of following along that spearfish, just kind of running into Sturgis. And now also this storm is heading into Hereford. However, as we put these back into motion, you can see how, you have the effect from the Black Hills once it kind of reaches on the other side. Kind of wants to head to the south a little bit. These storms are actually a little bit further south than these ones that are just a little bit further east. So as it appears right now, some of these will probably actually roll over the hills themselves and continue to move eastward. So areas like Spearfish and Whitewood are not completely out of the woods yet. You can see the cam that I've got up right now is Sturgis. That's the rain. That's the storms that are running through Sturgis. Some pretty interesting clouds that have been going through there throughout the evening hours. So, but as we kind of zoom in on this one by Sturgis right now, a severe thunderstorm located 3 miles north of Sturgis. This was about 8 minutes ago that they issued this warning, moving east at 35 miles per hour, 2-inch hail, and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. This is radar indicated, but people and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect damage to roof sidings, windows, and vehicles, and expect wind damage to roofs, sidings, and trees. This storm will be near Bear Butte State Park around 6:05, so right about now. And this includes Interstate 90 in South Dakota between mile markers 23 and 35. And don't forget, tornado watch remains in effect until 10 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. So that's for this particular warning here. We zoom out, and we've kind of got a larger one that affects this Union Center, Hereford area. In that one, let's see here, moving east at about 40 miles per hour. Once again, this is a destructive storm for Hereford and Bear Butte State Park. 3-inch hail and 70 mile per hour wind gusts are possible. This is once again radar indicated. Locations include Vale, Hereford, Bear Butte State Park. As we take a look at the hail that's showing up, anywhere from 2 to 2.5, maybe even 3 inches were in there earlier. This one further back, actually, that's just northeast of Sturgis, is showing 3-inch hail. And there have been some larger hail reports. Golf ball size hail, 1 3/4 inch, 3 northeast of Whitewood. That was just a few minutes. That's about 8 minutes ago. And then we had this one a while back, about a half hour ago, 2 3/4 inch hail. So just about 3 inches there. Also measured 70 mile per hour wind gusts in large branches down. That is Lawrence, South Dakota. We had wind gusts measured at 91 miles per hour, one north of St. Ange. Kind of via a mobile mesonet in the rear flank downdraft. So the back end of these storms here really causing quite a punch. We take a look at the velocities, and you can kind of see really when we put these into motion how these are blasting eastward. So Hereford, you're definitely going to be impacted by these winds that are moving through, along with the possibility of hail, some large hail with that. Union Center also look like you're going to be get hit with some pretty stiff winds coming up here shortly for you as well. This area northeast of Sturgis here had a little bit of rotation, and actually this whole area, as it continues to move east, just a little bit of rotation in this. Hasn't been a tornado warning yet. I think it's been close, but still nothing just quite yet as far as tornado warnings go. But this other one further out to the west, just kind of running into the Black Hills right now, did have a funnel cloud reported with it earlier. So there is some rotation with that as it heads over the hills, and then probably will be moving over the Deadwood, Tilford, Piedmont area here after a bit. These storms expected to continue to move eastward throughout the night. Eventually, I would think areas like Phillip and Kadoka and Murdu all have the possibility of seeing some of these storms impact them later into the night. We'll see if they continue the punch as they move into the Missouri River Valley region, into the central part of South Dakota. But I think for sure these areas we're going to be holding on at least for a few more hours. So as always, thanks again for watching. We'll continue to monitor and update as we need. We'll take a poke around at some of these cams too here while we're doing this. Here is a spearfish. This is the spearfish cam. Looks like heading or looking kind of north into some of these clouds here. And let me poke around just a bit and see what else I can find with some of these storms. There's been some very interesting webcam stuff showing up on the webcams. So it's been kind of fun to watch here tonight. Definitely some large destructive hail, some strong, very strong winds associated with these things. So we do have to be careful as they approach. Make sure you're in a sturdy building. You're not going to be driving through this. That's very important. Make sure you're not driving through some of the stuff here because, boy, it's going to be so hard to look and to see through. Not to mention that your vehicles are going to get damaged, and I'm sure nobody wants to see that at all. Let's see, we're kind of poking around, and we're trying to see if there's any nice little cameras out there that might have a better eye. Sturgis, let's see. Yeah, not. I was hoping to find a good spearfish one. Here's a Rapid City one. You can kind of see the storms off in the distance on that one. Actually, a little lightning strike out in the distance as well. So try to help zoom this in just a bit for everybody. Blow that up. There you go. So yeah, there you can kind of see the storms off in the distance. This is a Rapid City webcam that we're taking a look at. Some pretty good structure out there. You can see the clouds are pretty low hanging off in the distance. Obviously, with this storms, that there a lot of low level inflow that's just being generated and just sucked up into these storms, helping these storms just continue on here. But thankfully, at this point, it doesn't look like anything is tornadic. But there are some areas that bear some watching. Again, this area, especially north of Hereford, coming up onto Union Center and Enning. Kind of taking a look back a little bit further. Hard to see any rotation there. I think there's some issues with the hills as well, but maybe this area just south of Spearfish coming up on Deadwood would also need to be monitored just because it's got a little bit of a notch there. So just, your areas, Deadwood, north of Deadwood, in between Deadwood and Whitewood, just, be careful there. And not only are you be dealing with the possibility of some large hail moving through, but maybe also some strong damaging winds, and might, like I said, we have the possibility of some rotation in there as well. So that's basically what we're looking at for the remainder of the evening. Go ahead and, again, these areas, Phillip, Kadoka, Rapid City, all you're in the path of these storms. Of course, we still have that tornado watch out there until 10 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time for areas just west of the Missouri. So all of you, I think that northern edge, that far, this northern edge probably could and will be cut off. I think everything south of there Still has the potential of seeing some severe weathers, possible tornadic type of weather in south of kind of that. Let's see here. We'll call it from Faith to no man's land. There's nothing out there. To north of Belfouche. There's a lot of nothing out there. I mean, I know there's some farms, there's some ranches out there. There's not a whole lot of cities. So that's the one maybe good thing. I know there's also a lot of tourists out there. So hopefully that they're able to catch this little stream as well, and just keep an eye on the radar. Maybe people who are traveling and driving out there as well. Not a good situation. You do not want to be in with these storms as they roll across. So destructive hail up to 3 inches as possible. 75 mile per hour winds. Here's the latest severe thunderstorm warning until 7:15. Mountain Daylight Time at 6:10, a severe thunderstorm located 8 miles north of Hereford or 31 miles east of Sturgis, moving east at 40. This is a destructive storm for Union Center and areas north of Hereford. Baseball size hail and 70 mile per hour wind gusts. This is radar indicated. People and animals outdoors will be severely injured. Expect shattered windows, extensive damage to roofs, sidings, and vehicles. This will be near Union Center around 6:25 and ending around 6:30. So make sure that, again, this is a dangerous storm. It's capable of producing large hail. Seek shelter now inside a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. If you are caught outdoors, cover your head and your neck. So make sure you're watching very intently as these storms roll through, some very large hail associated with them. So we will continue to monitor. So just everybody east of there, and then kind of along that I-90 corridor as well. And just be watching out here over the next several hours. We'll continue to monitor it and break in as needed. Otherwise, we will be back at the top of the 7 o'clock hour. Thank you. All right, we're just taking a look at the latest out there and seeing what we've got out on the current radar, and still some pretty good storms coming up or moving eastward into Creighton and Pedro, as well as coming up on Hilland and Bridger, Milesville. Further back to the west, we've got the storm that's kind of dipping down to the south and east just a bit as it moves along. So areas like along I-90, right along Wicksville, Wasta, possibly even Wall. You guys are not completely out of the woods just yet, just because we're going to have to keep an eye on these last two storms here just to see if they manage to take a little bit of a right turn yet. For the most part, everything has been staying north of I-90. Now, the one thing you notice, we've got some of these storms that are developing out ahead of the main line. Probably not a bad thing that this happens. Hopefully this will expunge some of the energy, soak up some of the energy before this main line basically gets there. So that might help some of this area, so maybe it's not quite as widespread. However, I do think for sure at least the southern edges of these storms will continue on and move eastward. So maybe more concentrated area, maybe not quite so widespread of an area that we're going to have to watch, but nevertheless, the severe weather is expected to continue here for some time now. We've got a couple of weather warnings. They'll probably be reissued here shortly. The latest on some of these, moving east at 45 miles per hour, golf ball size hail possible with 60 mile per hour wind gusts. These are been radar indicated so far. However, further back to the west, just east of Deadwood, kind of around the Sturgis area, we had 2 inches and 1 3/4 inch hail, so right around golf ball or bigger. And so these storms do have a history of creating these large hailstones. I was actually if you ever have a chance to go out and just go onto YouTube, maybe after I'm done here, and just look up Reed Timmer on YouTube, and he's live, and I just saw his windows get smashed out, and the road that he was on was just covered in hail. So not only will these storms be large in nature, but these hailstones will be, but they're going to be quite a few, so they're going to be covering the road. It's going to be hard to drive. You might get your windshields blown out, and then on top of that, now you're driving on little stones. Now you're trying to drive on hail. So it's not going to be a good situation at all if you have to drive through these. But again, these are moving east at about 45 miles per hour. People, animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damage to roof siding, windows, and vehicles, and expect wind damage to roof sidings and trees. Don't forget that tornado watch remains in effect until 10 p.m. Mountain Time for west central South Dakota. So just make sure you're preparing right now for large hail and damaging winds. If you're out ahead of this, that's what you're going to be expecting. So you got to make sure you're inside. You cannot be outside with these things just because of the large nature, especially with the hail out there. You don't want to get hit with this. You got to be inside, away from windows, because obviously windows can break and crack, and especially if you have the hailstones that are wind driven on top of it. So as we take a look at the wind here, the wind fields, and yeah, there is still some areas of rotation. So far, we haven't seen any tornado warnings, so that's the good thing with that. We currently don't see anything imminent just yet, but with that said, we will have to keep an eye probably on this area just north of Creighton or around that Creighton area and heading towards Hilland, just because there is some rotation in there. And if you get these storms kind of poking out at the right time or kind of advancing rapidly, we could get a quick spin up at any time. So even though that you might not have a tornado warning, just be aware that because of these winds moving or these storms moving quickly to the east, and just because they are very intense, you can expect, there's a possibility of a spin up with these at any time. So just take precautions as these continue to move eastward, and we've got these strong winds continuing to push in. Like I said, into Pedro and Creighton. You're going to be in it real shortly. We've got some stronger winds probably moving into New Underwood and Wicksville as well. Well, you can see how that radar just all of a sudden kind of explodes on the east side. That those greens moving towards the radar turn to red as they go away from the radar, and they are quickly moving away from the radar. So I would expect Wicksville, Wasta, you're going to have probably a severe thunderstorm warning here shortly, or those of you very close to that area anyway. So really, anybody from New Underwood, Wasta, Wall, Quinn, Cottonwood, Phillip, and then Hilland, Milesville, Ottumwa, Bridger, you're all going to be in the path of these storms. More so on the south end of these storms is where you really need to be watching out. But really, with everything here, given the history of the hail and some of the stronger winds, just take precautions. Just be inside, be indoors, be away from the windows, and you're going to be just fine with that. That's the best thing you can do, and be downstairs. That's taking the good extra precaution. Just be in your lowest level and away from the windows. So once again, you just never know with some of these storms, for as intense as they are, how quickly they could spin something up. And then of course we've got this area further back, right along I-90, just southeast of Sturgis. We've been kind of keeping an eye on some of the webcams. The one that's right above me right now, that's Sturgis, and they just they keep on having the weather go through, and this looks like this was probably the last little bit now that is making its way through that area at this point, and is kind of diving down to the southeast as well. We got some storms forming further back into the Black Hills area. So Rapid City, Somerset, again, these areas will probably be under the gun here shortly with these. So large hail is the main threat, along with some strong winds to 60, maybe 70 miles per hour. So that is damaging winds at that. So just please, obviously take the appropriate precautions as these move east at about 45 miles per hour. We take a look at what is forecasted here for tonight, and here you can see those storms. Not overly. This is the HRRR model, the HRRR. This is a convective model, and so you got to kind of take what's out there now and basically extrapolate it from there. And you can see how those storms just continue to move east, maybe southeast, and then once they kind of get into that Missouri River area, kind of towards that pier, it looks like that at that point possibly they'll lose some of their large hail type of severe weatherness, or the large hail portion of it. But they do continue to move eastward, so there might be a wind component that lasts into the overnight hours as late as 2 or 3 a.m. as it reaches into eastern parts of South Dakota that we'll need to keep an eye on. So there's a possibility that maybe some winds to 60 miles per hour will continue as it reaches probably just Sioux Falls or north of Sioux Falls. And then it kind of looks like as it gets into Minnesota, things kind of want to fall apart. As for the remainder of our region, we've got some storms, some showers and storms into south central and southern parts of North Dakota that will continue moving eastward, possibly a few storms late tonight into tomorrow morning into Minnesota. And then we sort of reload for later in the day down in southwestern parts of South Dakota once again. So take a look at a little bit longer range here model, and we kind of poke out into the day on Monday. You can see how some storms once again kind of want to develop into western parts of the Dakotas and move to the northeast. Now you might also have some additional development further north that isn't quite getting picked up with this model. However, just be advised that even though it's not really showing up very well, there's the possibility in through that Devil's Lake area, maybe even into the northern parts of the Red River Valley, that maybe some strong to severe storms will fire up later in the afternoon. However, the main focus will be this stuff down into western South Dakota that will probably move to the northeast throughout the nighttime and early parts of Tuesday morning. So that's kind of basically what we're looking at as far as the forecast goes. But obviously, this is the main thing we're keeping an eye on. This is expected to kind of just be just along the interstate and northward, and so eventually it's going to be getting into areas of Phillip and Midland, and even Pierre at some point late tonight will be possibly impacted by these storms due to the wind and the hail. So As always, go ahead and hit the like and subscribe button with this. If you have any questions, please comment down below and or off to the side, I should say. Make a little comment. And if you have any questions, if you're from the South Dakota region, I will keep you up to date. Just let me know where you're from. Kind of maybe even let me know what you're doing. Maybe you're out there camping, or maybe you're just out. Maybe you're at home and you're just a little bit nervous. But the main thing is, so far with these, haven't had a tornado warning yet. There has just been a lot of large hail. Plenty of hail with that. That's going to cover the roads, and then some strong gusty winds associated with that as well. Possibility of tornadoes still exists. We do have that tornado watch out there until 10 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time that we're going to need to be watching throughout the night. I'll just once again poke around on some of these webcams. Let's see here. Here was from Mike Olbinski. Let's see here. There we go. Nope, that didn't work either. This isn't working the way I want it. The screen. Expand it out. Move it over. Adjust on the fly. That's what we like to do here, right? We like to adjust on the fly. There we go. John Serlin, north of Wall right now. This is about 3 minutes ago. Nice little wall cloud showing up there, just north of Wall. That's pretty. Andrew Girardelli, Girardelli. Let's give these guys a little retweet and a like. This is the mothership coming in for a landing, he says. That's a nice little wall cloud there. East of Sturgis, right around 6:53 Mountain Time. This is by Shane Ornelius at HP. At HP Chasing. So thanks, Shane, for sharing that on the old Twitter machine. There's the mic. There's Mike's. That's a nice shelf cloud. That's a good picture. That's pretty. So you will have some views out there. You're gonna have they're gonna be pretty approaching. But just please be mindful as they do come. Eventually, you're gonna have to take cover, and they're moving east pretty quickly. So let's see here. This will update shortly. There is another severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued. There it is. There, she finally popped up. So let's go ahead and read that one off right now. National Weather Service in Rapid City has issued severe thunderstorm warning for Haken County, in west central South Dakota, southeastern Meade County, northwestern Jackson County, and northeastern Pennington County until 8:15 Mountain Time. At 7:14, a severe thunderstorm was located 4 miles northwest of Grindstone or 20 miles northwest of Phillip, moving southeast at 40 miles per hour, 2-inch hail and 60 mile per hour winds. This is radar indicated. However, people and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damage to roof sidings, windows, and vehicles, and expect wind damage to roof sidings and trees. This severe thunderstorm will be around Grindstone Butte around 7:30 Mountain Time. Other locations in the path include Phillip and Nolan. This includes Interstate 90 at South Dakota mile markers 87 and 126, and between mile markers 136 and 160. Once again, tornado watch remains in effect until 10 p.m. So make sure you prepare for large hail and damaging winds. People caught outside should move immediately to shelter inside a strong building and stay away from windows. So there we have the latest warnings associated with these storms. We do have a couple of areas just northeast of Tilford, northeast of Hereford, and they, especially this one west of Hereford, in between Tilford and Hereford, has a little bit of punch to it yet. So I wouldn't, if you're kind of in this area, West of Viewfield in between Piedmont and Hereford. I would think you're probably still going to be picking up some pretty good hail there, up to maybe 2 to 3 inches. And then you also have this one north of Hereford that has the possibility of some hail there as well. I'm going to take a look at the Radar Omega app. So this is this particular one here is just kind of right along 34, Highway 34, just south, or actually just south of it, coming up on Hereford, also Haydraw as well. And then you've got this area northeast of Piedmont. It doesn't look like there's any major roads right around there, right around 140th Avenue and 208th Place. Coming up on Elk Vale Road is where some of those are at. Take a look at Vince is not online. Then you also have, of course, you have these storms coming up now. Let's see here. To Grindstone, of course, and eventually up to 11 Mile Corner. And to Phillip, as this storm continues to push eastward. Hilland is also in the path of these storms as well. Billsburg, Elbin, and then, of course, areas on Highway 34 coming up to 73. If you're kind of in the path of that, if you're looking like if you're going to be driving through these areas, be prepared to pull off to the side, because these are some dangerous storms. They're going to knock your windshields out. It's not a good deal. Wow, this one over by Wasta, between Wasta and Wicksville. That's interesting. Let's see here. Not to be outdone here, but maybe just an area that needs to be watching just a little bit. Might be this area just north of I-90 in between Wasta and Wicksville. You've got maybe a little bit of a notch in there. Let's see, that's not going to work. Yeah, let's see nothing imminent showing up on the velocities. There's no tight gradient in there, so that's good. But just boy, that looked interesting on the base velocity, on the reflectivity level here. Maybe just some strong winds knocking in, but boy, that's definitely going to be an area to watch out for here as that kind of continues to the east. So we'll continue to watch that as they continue to move eastward. Again, we've got 1 3/4 inch hail that's been reported. That one 5 east of Elm Springs by a co-op observer, so golf ball size hail. Let's see, that was about a little over a half hour ago, about 40 minutes ago, well, 35 minutes ago, we'll call it. And then up here a little bit earlier, we had 53 mile per hour wind gusts by a mesonet, but so still getting some pretty good size hail in associated with that. And if you are out there at all, if you have taken a picture, if you have the old Twitter machine, just to tag me on it. Please tag me on it at Region WX, and that'd be great if you could do that. And maybe we'll go ahead and show it online here if I get a good look at it here. But that'd be awesome. There's been so many good tweets associated with this, a lot of cool pictures, and even some of these. As we take a look at some of these cameras, and of course you've got that one by Sturgis here that's just above me. They've had some pretty good views come through Sturgis today. Here's a look at Rapid City. Hopefully we can get Walds here. That'd be fantastic. Hopefully Wall has a good... It's not going to give it to me, are ya? Come on, Wall. home of wall drug, and we don't have a good sky cam? How dare they? How dare they not have a good sky cam and wall? Ooh, well. Here's a nice little picture out of spearfish. So sun is out and shining, so things improving, obviously out in spearfish. Yep, we're not going to get the wall. No wall drug ones, that's crazy. I thought for sure we'd get a good look there. Let's give this a change here maybe. Nope, not going to happen. All right, well, anyway. Continue to watch these areas as they blast to the east. We're going to be having some really strong winds rolling through Hilland, Ottumwa, Noland, Midland, Phillip, Cottonwood. Looks like we've got an area coming through I-90 between Wasta and Wall, eventually into Quinn as well. I would think we need to be watching for you guys as well. We've got another severe thunderstorm warning that basically encompasses what's left back behind this main area, and they just moved the screen here, so we'll see what Rapid City's taking a look at. Yeah, so still obviously low clouds out there, and some pretty good updrafts still taking place in through coming out of Rapid City. So definitely, those are a lot of inflow coming into this, a lot of rising motion causing, with these lower clouds in here. So we've got, these storms just aren't letting go, especially those east of Rapid City. I'm assuming what you were seeing out of that little picture there is probably this stuff a little bit further to the north. It doesn't look quite as potent as the stuff to the east, but of course, like I said, these couple of cells here, that's why they severe thunderstorm warned that, just because I think there's still the possibility of ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. These are moving east at 35 miles per hour. So yeah, a couple cells out there still producing, have the potential of producing some pretty large hail. Then you have this area north of Phillip and Cottonwood coming up to Hilland. And then Ottumwa, maybe even Milesville, but producing large hail with that, maybe some strong gusty winds as well that we need to watch out for. Moving east-southeast at, let's see here, what'd they say? Moving southeast at 40 miles per hour is how quick the Weather Service says these are moving. But yeah, feel free to give me a thumbs up and like and subscribe so you know when I'm going to be online. Feel free to ask any questions out there. I'm staying on just a little bit longer here, and then I'll probably bust out once again and then come back at the top of the hour. So if you have any questions, ask them now. Like I said a little bit ago, if you've got any pictures out there, send them my way. Region WX at Region WX is how you get them to me so that I see them. There we go. Yeah, you can see how in this radar loop just how quickly they're moving. Trying to, yeah, just to make sure you're keeping an eye on these storms as they continue to move southeast at 40 miles per hour as you go into that Phillip and Midland, and even the Wall, Cottonwood, Wasada. Looks like that area where I was kind of a little bit worried as far as the possibility of some rotation. Doesn't look quite as ominous as it was earlier, or as it was just a little bit ago, so that's a good thing. As these storms continue to move to the southeast, then you have that area more just north of Rapid City. That continues to, we've got a couple of cells out there where probably some hailers in through there. But really, guys, boy, the hail has been the main thing. We've got, maybe the radar is saying up to 4 inches. A lot of times it's not quite that big. However, boy, 4 inches is big. And so you can expect, I would say, at least 2 inches, if not 3. Associated with these storms as they continue to move east-southeast at 40 miles per hour. So damaging storms due to hail as they move eastward. And then, of course, we've also have the threat of tornadoes. We have not had any yet tonight. We haven't had any warnings. So that's been a good thing. But the hail continues to be just large. So that's the thing we really have to continue to keep an eye out for as we continue into the night. We do have, looks like the mesoscale discussion out by the Storms Prediction Center. The severe threat will continue spreading eastward this evening, and a new watch will be needed. Possibility of a watch is going to be 80%. Convection continues to expand and spread eastward across parts of South Dakota and north central Nebraska. Damaging gusts and large hail will be possible. A new watch will be likely issued downstream of the current one. And then it just kind of goes into it a little bit as the low-level jet strengthens ahead of the ongoing convective cluster spreading eastward across western South Dakota and into Nebraska. Additional upscale growth and cluster interactions are expected. Given the upper 60 dew points and steep mid-level lapse rates across pre-convective environment, damaging gusts and isolated large hail will be possible with any deeper sustained updrafts along with leading edge gust front. New watch likely will be issued east of the current one, Weather Watch 350, for this activity. So, yeah, as we take a look at what's currently out there now, I would expect here real shortly. It's outrunning the current watch, so they're going to have to be issuing one into central and south central parts of South Dakota, possibly even reaching into portions of southeastern parts of South Dakota as well. So we'll see what eventually they come out with. There's the area of concern. They've got it all the way up to Mobridge, probably going to be in between Mobridge and Pierre. It will be the main area. They might issue the watch a little bit further north. However, I would, given especially how the current movement is at this point, Gettysburg, Redfield, Faith, south of you guys, south of Watertown at this point, is more than likely where the areas we would be watching. Oh, jeez. Inch of rain in Grand Marais. Boy. I don't know. I don't know, Ray. I think we'll quickly switch over here. It looks like maybe some storms in the morning possible for Grand Marais, but after that, there's not much. So you better get your orchard irrigation fixed. How's it looking for Rapid City? As far as the actual Rapid City right now, let's see here. You've got this little area just west of Somerset that looks like it's developing. Let's take a look at kind of the movement on that. The cells themselves are basically, the line's moving east, but the cells are moving to the northeast. So at this point, it's looking like Rapid City might miss what's left of the back edge of this storm here, back edge of all these storms. But just, I guess this will be the main area to kind of watch. As this area kind of continues to move to the northeast. So not quite out of it yet for Rapid City. Probably going to have to give it another hour just to continue to watch that line as it moves to the east, or northeast, I should say, as those cells move to the northeast. So not quite out of it yet, Tinley. But, the main thing we're going to be watching, I think, at this point, I mean, we're just the main threat for the night has been the hail throughout the nighttime hours. Yep, not completely done with some of the tornadic threat, but the Rapid City itself, I'd say, in the near term here, you're looking okay. We'll have to continue to monitor. So not completely out of the woods, but there's definitely nothing imminent for Rapid City yet. It does have a little appendage to this. So I'd be semi-curious as to what's going on just northwest of Nemo. Like I said, if you take a look at these storms, they are moving off to the northeast, so areas into Tilford and Piedmont. That's basically, those are the areas that are going to be affected with this particular storm as that moves to the northeast. Yeah, these storms, guys, they've just packing. Man, there's been so much hail associated with these storms. Scott Peterson Motors in Belfouche, South Dakota doesn't have one car left in the lot that doesn't have hail damage. Wind-driven tennis ball size hail demolished the town, leaving extensive damage. That's from Jordan Hall WX on Twitter. So sounds like Belfouche really got nailed, and that's not surprising looking at some of the radar reflectivity that we've seen tonight. A 1-inch hail in Sturgis, 1 1/4 Tilford, 1 1/4 Tilford. This is Holden Smith, MNHLDN on Twitter. Beautiful structure just east of Wall, South Dakota. So that's why that's a cool picture. There it is, blowing up a little bit better. That's an awesome picture. Wow. Yeah, it's pretty, man. It is. There's some pretty storms out there when you see them, and they come up, and especially over the Badlands out there and the Black Hills. That is some pretty area out there. So you're going to get some good photos. However, they're dangerous. So, I mean, hopefully you're out of the way as these storms continue to move eastward. Wow, there's This thing is spinning along here. Have to keep an eye on just southeast of Hilland. Actually, a couple areas of rotation. This thing is really kind of spinning around right now, so really going to have to keep an eye on just north of Phillip and coming up on Ottumwa. That's, I don't like the way that's kind of moving around, so up to like Phillip and Lucerne, is 11-mile corner on 73, US Highway 14, maybe just north of 14, north of Powell. Like I said, coming up on Ottumwa as well. So Elborn, all you guys kind of need to be watching out for these storms currently. I don't really like the way this is kind of rotating around at this point. So I think on top of, boy, I think on top of what we've got going on with the hail, you know, we've got these areas north of Phillip that showing some rotation as well. So we've got not only the large hail associated with this, we might be getting a little bit of rotation coming in with this as well. That needs to be watched. And then further back to the west, this storm continues to kind of move off to the north and east just around that Tilford area. So Rapid City continues to be out of it at this point. Everything's just been developing and sort of riding north of Rapid City. However, right now, Tilford and Piedmont, got to watch out for these storms right now. We've got a stronger one once again moving into Hereford. Sure hope I've been saying that right all night. Looks like this one north or south of Union City isn't quite as strong anymore. So this one by Hereford and Viewfield in between there is still packing a punch up to 2-inch size hail. We've got inch to inch and a half just north of Nemo. And then as we head eastward north of Wall, between Wall and Creighton, 3-inch hail possibly. So some pretty good strong hail, the large hail associated with that. And then north of Phillip, between Phillip up to Highland or Hilland, just south of Milesville, there's some areas with some large hail and maybe even some areas of rotation at this point that needs to be watched. The way this storm is kind of diving and just rotating through at this point. You can see how it's moving southeast and then everything out ahead of it is moving northeast. So that could be enough maybe to cause a little bit of rotation in there. At the very least, we've got some really strong winds coming in, pushing in just north of Phillip. So we've got some, you know, there's just yet another thing to watch out for here, guys, with all these storms. So watch out for Ottumwa, Nolan, possibly Phillip and Midland. This area, this is the main area of concern, I would say, at this point, coming up on the eastern edge of that current severe thunderstorm warning. And then, of course, we got the larger hail just north of Wall. And it looks like, I think the rotation that was kind of, or this little cell that was looking a little bit interesting earlier, maybe doesn't quite look as interesting when it comes to rotation wise. However, there still has the possibility of an inch hail, inch in diameter hail coming up on Piedmont and just about to cross I-90. I'd say Box Elder, you're about the same as Rapid City. Right now, it doesn't look like anything's imminent. So far, you've been south of everything, and it looks like it's going to continue at this point. And we'll kind of have to watch this area just still that's back kind of by Piedmont, Somerset, Black Hawk area, and just see if anything develops back in through there. But you're not completely out of the woods, 100%. We're just, you know, because there's still the possibility that some of these storms could kind of back build in through here. So we're going to have to continue to watch that. But right now, nothing imminent. I would say if there does occur, kind of like what's been going on throughout the night, we're looking at the possibility of some hail rolling through, maybe some gustier winds. But it looks like the main threat, the main area is this area north of Kadokan, coming up to Phillip, and then up to Hilland and Milesville and Bridger as well. So Fargo, no. Everything, it's all going to be south. It's all going to be into South Dakota. So Fargo, not really concerned. Rain, you might get some rain out of this, but not severe weather. Not tonight. There you could kind of see, here we go. We'll switch over to this radar. I got to get out of this. There you can see the new severe thunderstorm warning that's issued now. So severe thunderstorm watch until 3 a.m. Central Time. 2-inch hail possible along with 75-mile-per-hour winds. These storms are expected to move east at 40 miles per hour. Thankfully, not a dangerous, not considered a particularly dangerous situation. However, a 2-inch hail and 75-mile-per-hour wind gusts, that'll do some damage to your cars and to your windows as they continue to move to the east-southeast. So coming up on Phillip and areas of Merdue, Pierre, Winter, you're all going to be kind of in the immediate watch area over the next hour or two as these move eastward at 40 miles per hour. Obviously, Phillip's in the immediate danger zone at this point, but as we put this back into motion, you can see basically how they're moving, kind of east-southeast. So Pierre, Merdue, Rosebud, possibly even. I think you're probably going to be just south of there, but Pierre, Merdue, Winter, and eventually Chamberlain as well as we get later into the night. So we've got a new severe thunderstorm watch out. So that means conditions are favorable throughout the night, and that's valid until 3 a.m. There are not any tornado warned storms at this point. But like I said, we're this area north of Phillip right now. That's kind of the area that's really concerning that we got to watch out. North of Phillip, looks like there's some rotation in with this. You can see this area kind of jetting out just north of Phillip. And so we've got our inflow notch north of there. So that's really the area that we've got to, I mean, if there, at this point, if there would be a tornado warning, that's sort of where we'd be looking as this continues to just look more and more ominous, I guess, as we go along here. Boy, and you could even say it's not in not quite in the right area, but there is a little CC drop in through there. That might just be due to some of the stronger outflow winds kicking some things up here. But boy, it's interesting to say. Oh boy, yeah, I don't know, guys. This area north of Phillip, not good. So I guess we got to be watching out here at this point. Nolan, Ottumwa, Midland, We'll see if they eventually issue anything with this, but very ominous looking at this point. We got some pretty decent rotation in through here. We've got our inflow notch. Fortunately, my drawing mechanism here that I usually draw with isn't cooperating with me today. Yeah, some of those storms are training. They're moving over the same areas. So I haven't taken a look to see if there was any sort of flood watches or warnings out. I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen any advisories. Yeah, I don't see anything as far as flooding goes at this point. But definitely a lot of rain being gone over the same, a lot of these same areas. Philip's going to get hit here, and then there's another one further back that's going to probably run through him, through them there shortly. But this area north of Philip continues to be, kind of the area we're watching for a possible spin up, possible tornadic activity. Don't see anything issued yet. Don't see anything issued yet from the Weather Service, but an area that needs to be watched for sure. Yeah, look at that. It's interesting. There's definitely a drop in through there. Definitely a CC drop. Some good turbulence in through here. Getting there. I don't know. It's definitely an area of concern, I would say, north of Philip. So if you know anybody out there north of Philip, coming up to Nolan and Ottumwa, that's an area that needs to be watched right now. As these, we've got this rear flank downdraft pushing out. We've got our inflow notch in through here, so that lines up nicely with this couplet area. So. And then as well, we've got there's a CC drop. So I'm continuing to watch here to see if the Weather Service does anything, or doesn't indeed issue a tornado warning, but nothing yet. So once again, these are moving to the southeast at about 40 miles per hour. So they're moving a decent speed with this. So as you see these storms approaching, make sure you're heading to the shelter as quickly as you can. Don't wait, especially with these storms right now. This is very ominous at this point. And just take the precaution, get into your lower level of a building, a good sturdy building, get away from windows, get into the middle of your house, and just be prepared with this. Just because it does look, at this point, it's an area of focus. It's an area of concern that we need to watch right now, as it just kind of rides north of northeast of Philip, possibly heading into Nolan, eventually coming up to Midland as well. Ottumwa, you're not completely out of the woods with this either. If this were to occlude and move to the north a little bit, you'd be kind of in the path of this area of concern at this point as well. Got to be taking precautions with this right now, guys. Just look at the couplet in through there. We've got, let's see, we've got about 100 knots of shear at least coming in through there. Well, thankfully the the next scan now looks a little bit better, but still, we still need to be very mindful of this storm right now. This is a dangerous storm, just north of Philip, coming up to Nolan at Midland and Ottumwa. I sure hope I'm saying some of these areas right. Lucerne, just south of Lucerne as well, just north of Highway 14. kind of well, Highway 14 runs east and west, and then eventually runs heads to the north for a little bit, takes a jaunt to the north. Yeah, this is there's the tornado warning. Yep, there. National Weather Service in Rapid City has issued a tornado warning for southeastern Hacken County and northeast Jackson County at 7:51 Mountain Time. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 6 miles northeast of Phillip, moving east at 35. Tornado and golf ball size hail. This is radar indicated rotation. So locations include Nolan and Midland. Take cover now, move to a basement or interior room in the lowest floor of a sturdy building, avoid windows. And if you're outdoors in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. So again, radar indicated rotation, max hail size 1 3/4 inch. Moving east at 35 miles per hour with this. So there we go. We've got the tornado warning out coming up to Nolan and Midland. You're the areas that need to be watched at this point. Yeah. Yep, be prepared. Yeah, that saying. Thank you. Don't be scared, be prepared. I don't think that's it's not copyrighted yet. But yes, just take precautions. Just get in your lower level of your home, get away from windows, get in the middle, make sure you got shoes on. If you're out in Nolan and Midland right now, just, start getting ready. Even, like I said, Ottumwa, I don't think you're completely out of the woods with this either, just given how this seems to be moving at this point. So I think if you're anywhere within there, that's you guys need to be taking precautions at this point, and just head to your basement. Make sure have your shoes on, have a blanket and a pillow, and just be prepared with this storm right now. This is radar indicated, but there's some decent rotation still associated with that. The little CC drop, let's see, has kind of gone away with it a little bit. This looks more real like a downdraft type of scenario out here. So probably a punch of strong winds being associated. And even those, when you get those strong winds punching to the east, obviously they can cause some damage all by themselves. It doesn't have to be their tornadic winds. So a lot of times there's plenty of damage that happens due to these rear flank downdraft winds that occur. So all you areas in through Midland, Nolan, like I said, Ottumwa, everybody through there really needs to just take precautions, take cover now. And as this thing continues to move to the east at about 35 miles per hour, we'll kind of zoom back out. The thing that always concerns me with these storms, they move to the southeast. And of course, like I said earlier, you've got this diving down to the southeast, and then you've got the clouds out ahead of it moving northward. And that's kind of what's helping cause that rotation. Now, what could eventually happen is this stops moving to the southeast, and a lot of times, right before they occlude, they move to the north. So that's why I'm just, I want areas north of this area just to still be mindful of this particular storm. And it could be hard to see in there. It's going to be hard to see with this storm. I mean, there's going to be plenty of rain. This probably is very likely a rain wrap type of scenario, rain wrap tornado that's associated with this. So you're not going to see this coming. You're going to see maybe some shelf clouds out ahead of it. You're going to be seeing a pretty ominous set of clouds moving towards you. But you might not be able to see it. So just take the precautions. So even though you might not be able to see it, just know it's probably going to be rain wrapped in here, because look how deep it's sitting right now. It's sitting within all this heavier rain at this point. And so you need to be mindful as this continues to move eastward that there could be a rain wrapped tornado associated with this storm moving east at 35. Just take shelter now. Do the right thing and just take the shelter right now. I wish I could find a good camera at this point, but I don't necessarily have the time. to look at it, just because I think we just need to just stay focused on this particular storm at this point. Now, everything else is a severe thunderstorm warned. That's kind of the main area that really needs to be watched as we head kind of further back. A couple people asked me about Rapid City and Box Elder. More and more looking like you're going to be out of the woods here. Looks like nothing's really developing on the back side of that. So looks like you're okay. But really this area here, just in between northeast of Phillip, coming up to Nolan, Midland as well. We got to be watching out here. Highway 14. This is Highway 14. I think U.S. Highway 14, and then it kind of moves to the north and then takes an easterly direction once again. So if you're in that area right now, we need to be taking cover. Yeah, that was an interesting how these storms just. I mean, look how quickly these dove down to the southeast as these storms out ahead of it moved to the northeast, and that made it an easy call. That made it an easy one to watch. I thought maybe I'd kind of bug out here, but as I saw this basically just diving down to the southeast, and especially as I was watching the velocity levels here on the right side of the screen, just diving down to the southeast, this was definitely something we knew we needed to watch here tonight. So nothing, there's some of these areas, it's, I don't know if there's maybe a little bit of a, nothing, really standing out on the correlation coefficient. Again, maybe some stronger downdraft winds kicking out to some pretty strong gusts. However, there still is a pretty good couplet just northeast of Phillip that continues to move east. Oh, there we go. Now we have a tornado. Tornado reported by a volunteer firefighter. So there is a confirmed tornado on the ground 8 northeast of Phillip at this point. So there we go. We've got a confirmed tornado, guys, northeast of Phillip. Confirmed tornado northeast of Phillip. And again, this is moving east at 35 miles per hour. So for those of you in Midland and Nolan, we got to be taking cover right now, as well as anybody in west of that area. I know there's not a ton of towns out there, and it's very, very rugged type of land. So that's a good thing. But if there are any ranchers out there, if you're traveling around Highway 14, if you're up in Midland, we need to be taking cover right now. There is a confirmed tornado that's been in with this. Robert Clark, if you're in this, you better be taking cover, buddy. If you're seeing power flashes, that's not a good sign. Not a good sign if you're seeing power flashes. So Midland, you're about 30 minutes away, maybe less. Thankfully, it looks like the population associated with the remainder of this particular tornado watch, tornado warned area is about 127 people, the way this is looking. But there is a confirmed tornado now, 8 northeast of Phillip. Fire department, volunteer fire department reported a tornado 8 northeast of Phillip. About 10 minutes ago. So we do have a tornado. This is a tornado on the ground northwest of Nolan, northeast of Phillip, north of US 14, moving east at 35 miles per hour. So just make sure you take cover now. Just do the right thing. Take cover now. Don't be waiting for this. I'd be real afraid you wouldn't be able to see this thing at this point. That this might be rain wrapped, so we got to be in our safe spot. We got to be in the lowest level of our shelter, a good sturdy shelter. So make sure you're in the basement of an interior room or the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid the windows, and if you are outdoors or in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. This is the imminent area right now. This is a tornado confirmed. Tornado on the ground here at this point. Thankfully, I mean, we've been avoiding it for most of the night, but this is what happens, guys. Just all of a sudden, you never know. You never know. You've got an area that just decides it wants to take off and do its own little thing, and bam! All of a sudden, now we've got a tornado warning and a tornado on the ground. So, um, possible one school in associated or affected by this. I would expect that's kind of in that Nolan Midland area. I'm just kind of poking around here to see if there's anything just real quick I can find associated with this storm. Still continues to be a really good couplet associated with this. A nice little inflow notch in through here. You got your rear flank downdraft. I wish my pencil was working tonight, but I just can't seem to get it to work. It's spazzing out on me, but I wish I could draw on here. But right in through here, this is the area of concern. There's our new tornado warning now. Let's see here. At 8:02 Mountain Time, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 9 miles northeast of Phillip, moving east. They're saying at 25 miles per hour now, so they slowed it down a little bit. It did look like it was moving quicker. I think maybe it slowed down, which is probably a good thing. Hopefully that means it's losing some of its punch a little bit, but there's definitely still some rotation in there with that. Radar indicated rotation is what they're saying, even though it looks like there was a report of a tornado on the ground just northeast of Phillip earlier. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught out in the shelter, caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Locations impacted include Midland and Noland. So make sure you take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room or on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. And if you're outdoors or in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. So make sure you're just taking cover right now. This is north of Highway 14, northwest of Nolan. So Nolan and Midland, you guys, you're in the path of this storm right now and need to be taking shelter. Could be very hard to see, so don't even try it. Don't even just take shelter. Do the right thing. Just do the right thing. Be prepared. Just do the right thing. Be prepared. There was a tornado on the ground reported by a volunteer firefighter 8 northeast of Phillip a little over 15 minutes ago. So this has a history of producing a tornado. So we need to be watching out with this particular storm as it continues to move eastward now at about 25 miles per hour. Thankfully, it looks more and more, other than that particular storm, some of these storms on the back side of this, behind it is looking less and less ominous. So it looks like these storms right now that are rolling through are kind of the main show at this point. So I would say Rapid City, you're pretty much in the clear at this point. But we got to be watching out now as we head towards Midland and Nolan. These are the areas now. We even got a little bit of a rotation now north of Kadoka as well that will that bears a little bit of watching at this point. Just southeast of Phillip now. Southeast of Phillip, we got a little area rotation showing up there. So a couple of areas to watch as we continue into the night here. We're about 8 o'clock Mountain Time, and now we've got a couple of areas that bear watching. One now just southeast of Phillip, and then another one northeast of Phillip. This one's tornado warned northwest of Nolan because it had, there was some pretty good rotation in there, and there was a report of a tornado associated with that as well. So we got to continue to watch this area, but we've got possibly another area just southeast of Phillip that also bears a little bit of watching right now as well. So things definitely, boy, they picked up here in a hurry. As these storms, they dove. You can just see them almost rotating as they head southeast. You can just see this whole area just sort of spitting at this point. So we've boy, it looked interesting here, real quick. All of a sudden, we weren't seeing anything for tornadoes. We still continue to have that tornado watch out for a couple of hours, until 10 p.m. Mountain Time. But right now here, this area northwest of Nolan and Midland, you guys need to be taking cover right now due to this storm that has had a history of producing a tornado. And now we've also got this area north of Kadoka that bears watching as well. And that one's kind of heading down to the southeast. So Belvedere, maybe just north of Kadoka, but Belvedere eventually, south of Nolan. You would be, we need to be just watching this. We got to be watching this area now as well. Minnesota will be fine tonight, Cindy. Yeah, these storms aren't expected to make it into Minnesota. I think at the very, very most, maybe some gustier winds into portions of eastern South Dakota. But I think at this point we're looking at Minnesota should be fine. Hey Robert, where exactly are you? Yeah, I would expect it's running out of some steam here. It looks like it's becoming a little more of a muddied mess. We don't have anything tight in through there. So it wouldn't surprise me completely if we're losing some of the steam. Maybe some of the focus is starting to shift a little bit further south, and that can happen. That can happen as these storms, the south end of the storms, a lot of times will turn to be more dominant. And so that's kind of why we're watching this area north of Kadoka. But, don't completely count this area northwest of Nolan out just yet. There is still a bit of an inflow notch there. We still have a RFD showing up in through here. So, we still have the possibility that there could be something still lurking in there, or eventually, if not, something that still has the potential for reaching the ground. You are southwest of Phillip, okay. Yeah, so you're a little bit a ways from that area at this point. I don't know if you, Robert, I don't know if you can see that area down to the southeast at all. Southeast of Phillip. So maybe just directly east of you. That's kind of the area I'd be watching as well, north of Kadoka. And then we've got this area that just, I think right now we're probably looking at some strong gusty winds associated with this. Obviously, we're still looking at the very likely potential for hail. There's our normalized rotation. So that we still have the possibility, we still have some rotation in there that we need to continue to watch. Doesn't look quite as nasty as earlier, but I would still, if you're in that Midland Nolan area, just take precautions. Just take the precautions, go downstairs, be in the basement, get in the interior part of your house, and just protect yourself at this point. So we got to be watching, we got to continue to be watching this area northwest of Nolan. We'll continue to kind of watch this area. It doesn't look maybe quite as interesting as it was earlier. The couplet's a little bit broad yet. North of Kadoka. But, if you are north of Kadoka coming up to Belvedere, continue to watch these areas and just take the precautions. Take the precautions right now. And you never know, obviously now these storms have had a history of producing a tornado. And so you never know when that could happen. So as these storms continue to push to the southeast, we've got another severe thunderstorm warning for southern Hacken County, western Millette, northeastern Jackson, east central Pennington County. Obviously all in South Dakota until 9:15 Mountain Time, 10:15 Central Time. At 8:10 Mountain Time, severe thunderstorm located along a line extending from 4 miles northeast of Ottumwa to 2 miles south of Nolan to 7 miles southeast of Cactus Flats, moving southeast at 45 miles per hour, 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds associated with these storms. Areas impacted will be Midland, Noland around 8:15, an intersection of Highway 73 and White River at 8:25 Mountain Time. Other areas include Norris, Corn Creek, Black Pipe, and Cedar Butte. This includes Interstate 90 in South Dakota between mile markers 113 and 114. So make sure you are preparing immediately for large hail and damaging winds. People outside should move immediately to shelter inside of a strong building and stay away from the windows. So be on the lookout right now for all those in Midland, Nolan, and north of Kadoka in particular. You guys are basically, you're kind of these areas in through here that really need to be watched for the possibility of some strong winds, 70-mile-per-hour winds, large hail, and maybe even some spin-ups at this point. This is looking very broad, so that's good. But just take the precautions. There's been a history with this. So if you are north of Nolan into Midland, just stay in your basement and just take the precautions with that. And then you've got this area north of Kadoka as well that bears watchings. And this area kind of continues to move to the southeast. So Belvedere, you're going to need to be watching this area north of Kadoka as that's heading towards you. We're going to kind of back out onto one panel here. And then really all you guys in through Kadoka, Belvedere, White River, even Murdu, have the possibility of being affected by these storms as they move to the southeast. Yeah, so it's going to be crossing here, I-90 here, just west of Kadoka, north of Interior. And then eventually heading towards White River. And like I said, I don't think Murdu, I don't think you're completely out of the woods yet with this with these storms. So I'd be watching out for Kadoka, White River, Murdu, anybody in through here. Well, that's a good way of putting it, I guess, Robert. Nothing to jump out of your underwear for. Well, just be mindful for that that area north of Kadoka. That we have to be watching that area. You just never know with these storms. I mean, there is some rotation, a couple of areas of rotation in there. Nothing tornado warned yet with this area. Of course, we have this one north of Nolan. Not looking quite as interesting as it was, looking very broad at this point, but it's still expect probably, like I said, some damaging winds associated with this. You do still have a bit of an inflow notch associated with this as well. So just continue to just take the precautions right now, and I think you'll be fine at this point. Yeah, and I think we've probably getting some pretty good winds rolling through Nolan and Midland. And that's the thing, really, guys. I mean, you're talking about just even the possibility of some strong winds rolling through. It doesn't need to be tornadic. It just needs to be strong. So that's the other reason you need to be take the precautions and move inside with these storms, just because they're packing a punch. We've got some upper level winds obviously smashing down into Nolan and Midland right now. And right along US 14. So these areas, they're going to do some damage on their own, whether there's a tornado there or not at this point. There's definitely some damaging winds that's rolling through there. Yeah. Yeah, it took off in a hurry. The way this cells just dove to the southeast, as I was kind of showing earlier. These cells just moved to the southeast, and you could see everything out ahead of it moving to the northeast. And that quickly spun up some of this rotation in through here. You could almost see it coming before it really happened, the way we were watching it on radar a little while ago. I mean, like I said, I mean, man, when you're seeing this whole area, you just see it rotating. You know, these areas moving down to the southeast, the stuff ahead of it moving north. Especially right at that point, you could just tell how that whole storm was just rotating. So it doesn't look quite as much like that as it was earlier, but still, there's some areas that bear watching. Obviously, it's moving now southeast at 45 miles per hour. So areas in Belvedere, Kadoka, White River, Merdue, Draper, all in the path of this storm right now. That's had a history at this point of producing a tornado 8 northeast of Phillip. And then we've got this tornado warning out here. Let's see here, for about another 12 minutes. There's their normalized rotation, still not quite as strong as it was earlier, but still just a little bit showing up north, west of Nolan, and then this area north of Kadoka at that point, or at this point, I should say. So a couple of areas still. Again, this is very broad, but I would expect at the very least we're going to be seeing some strong winds with this, guys. So even if there's not a tornado in there, there's going to be some strong damaging winds. Some large hail have been associated with this all night. I mean, you're still looking at the possibility of 3-inch hail associated with these storms as they move to the southeast. So we've got wind, we've got hail. We've got it covered with these storms right now tonight. So there's our watches. The storm's now rolling into portions of that severe thunderstorm watch that's valid until 3 a.m. Central Time. So again, this severe thunderstorm watch valid until 3 a.m. Central Time with 2-inch hail and gusts of 75 miles per hour. Still wouldn't be, you know, obviously as we enter into the western parts of that severe thunderstorm watch, still have the potential of seeing maybe some tornadoes still. But that'll kind of lessen as we go into the night and these storms continue to move eastward. Kind of that area from Pierre to Huron to Brookings on southward. I think this area in through here will be the main area that really will need to be watched through the overnight hours. Some isolated potential, you know, obviously in the north, but these storms will be the focus throughout pretty much the night here as we go into the late night hours. Yeah, are you talking? I assume you're talking this one, Karen. Yes, this was confirmed tornado earlier, about 30 minutes ago, with this particular storm northwest of Nolan. Yeah, there's all kinds of funny stuff, all kinds of crazy stuff going on in there. Yeah, it's cyclonic, anticyclonic. I mean, we've got, you know, a little notch in through here. You could say maybe even in you know, one a little bit further back. We've got this area that's continued to just show maybe some broader rotation, just kind of northeast now of Kadoka. However, with all this, with all these storms, they're going to be packing a punch. They're going to be packing plenty of winds with this as they roll into Midland and Nolan and Stramford, Belvedere, looks like just northeast of Kadoka, although it looks like we have some stronger storms back west of Kadoka, so you're not completely out of it either. And then down into White River. Let's go over to Radar Omega here. Kadoka Junction, Weta. Sometimes this one has a little bit has a few more towns on it. The smaller towns, Belvedere, Wanblee. So coming up on 90, up on State 73, State 63, State 44 that runs west and east and west. White River, Norris, Okatan, and then Murdu, Draper, all you guys basically right in through here at this point. We're going to be looking at the possibility of some strong winds coming at you, some larger hail. And then, like I said, we've had a confirmed tornado earlier about 30 minutes ago by the fire department northeast of Phillip. Say there was a tornado on the ground at one point. And so we have this tornado warning here, valid for about another 8 minutes. Rotation again, still looking a little broad, but there's still some in there, still a little bit in there. And then you've got this area just northeast of Kadoka that also bears a little bit of watching. No tornado warnings out with this. And then we'll see what they continue to do with this area north of Nolan. Still just a little notch in there, a little bit of rear flank downdraft, some strong winds still pushing in through here. There's plenty of winds associated with this. There's going to be some strong damaging winds associated with this. So we got to just take the precautions right now. Just do the right thing, get in your basement, and just be prepared. Yeah, I was watching Reed earlier. I think he was, he was quite a bit further west, unless he got more knocked out. But yeah, I was watching him earlier before things really got interesting, and yeah, I saw that Reed got nailed. I take a little bit of more precautions as to what I show, just because I don't want to infringe on what they're doing. They're obviously trying to make their money, and they've got their people that they trust. So, yeah. Hey, Mike Hannah's appreciate you subscribing. Cast 44 a while ago as well. Let's see, Alicia Johnson, Joyce Massey, Dakota Dave. That's awesome. Thank you guys. Appreciate everybody for subscribing to the channel. I do watch the Dakotas and Minnesota. That's kind of my area. That's just the areas that I watch. So if you don't see me any other time on because there's some severe weather going on in other parts of the country, that's why. I live in North Dakota. I've been working, 4 areas in the Dakotas and Minnesota. Lived in Minneapolis for a number of years, and so that's just kind of where I stick to. I stick to the Dakotas and Minnesota right now. So that's why we're watching this, and we're going to continue to watch this here as we get into the nighttime hours. Twin Cities really won't get hit very hard at all with this, thankfully. I mean, this will run out of steam most likely by the time it hits even Minnesota. So yeah, the cities really aren't to expect to see much out of these storms here. Kind of zoom up. There's the wide view radar at the very top of me here, and I should maybe try and see if I can find a better. I've lost the Sturgis cam. Maybe I'll just get rid of it. Yeah, I'll just get rid of it. Yep, I think that's a lot of people. A lot of people seem to like to keep up with these storms. People are just kind of weather enthusiasts. Look at all these areas of rotation now. West of Kadoka, northeast of Kadoka, Nolan, even back east of Cottonwood at this point. Then we continue to have these areas now north of Wasta, coming up on Creighton. And we can't obviously be forgetting about you guys here. We've got some hail up around maybe an inch or so, but then some strong gusty winds moving in through Creighton and just kind of north of Wall at this point. And then we've got these areas that crossing 14 in between Cottonwood and Phillip. Some pretty strong cells moving through you guys there. We're looking at maybe up to 2 inches of hail just southwest of Phillip, maybe up to 3 east of there. So still plenty of, along with the winds, guys, we still got plenty of hail to deal with that we got to continue to watch. But obviously we're, the thing we're always concerned about is just the possibility a possibility at least of just maybe some the possibility of some tornadoes. So as there's, look at all these areas, there's kind of an area in through here, anticyclonic kind of down through there, northeast of Kadoka, west of Kadoka. All bears watching. Right now, the only tornado warning is this one that was out earlier, and that's valid here for about another 3 minutes. You know, I would say a lot of these storms, the way they're looking now, I mean, you see where the rotation is, and look at, you've got all this rain out ahead of it, and then these areas of rotation are just buried at this point within the rain. So I think it's going to be pretty hard to see any type of rotation with this at this point, the way these storms are looking now. This one, you know, again, we've got these areas kind of just north of Kadoka, north of Nolan here right now. So right now, Nolan, you kind of, it's still just, you know, I always get a little nervous. You just got to take precaution. Nolan, Midland, we're going to be seeing some strong winds punching through you at this point. Maybe still some rotation left in with that. But no, these storms, they're buried within the rain. So that's why just, you know, when you see these storms coming, just take the shelter, just get down with these, and especially when you're looking at a couple of these specific areas, northeast of Kadoka, right around Nolan at this point, you know, just take shelter, and that's just do the smart thing with that. Well, yeah. Here's the thing with Ryan. He's got so many people. And yeah, I try to watch. It'd be great if I had so many people writing on here that I can't keep up. But yes, I try to acknowledge, and I try to kind of give people a heads up downwind of these storms of what's coming. Because obviously, I mean, you can look at this, and if you're in Midland and you're in Belvedere, Stamford, Kadoka, you know it's coming, right? You know it's coming. You can see them, and we kind of try to keep up with the immediate areas. But I guess the other thing I like to do is just talk about areas downwind of these storms and what to expect, because it's a lot of times what I get asked. I mean, even when I'm out, when I've been out storm chasing at times, you know, I might be into central portions of South Dakota or North Dakota, and people east of me will be saying, "Is it coming? Is it coming?" Well, you know, it gets kind of tough because everybody wants to know out ahead of time. They did reissue the tornado warning now. Let's see here, until 9:15 Mountain Time at 8:28, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Nolan, or about 18 miles east of Phillip, moving east at 25 miles per hour. Tornado and ping pong ball sized hail. This is continues to be radar indicated rotation. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. This dangerous storm will be near Midland around 8:45. So you got about 15 minutes Midland, and it'll be over you. Moving east at about 25 miles per hour. So make sure you take cover now. Move to a basement or interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building and avoid windows. And if you're outdoors in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. So again, radar indicated rotation, max hail size 1.5 inches associated with the storm. So yeah, it's not quite done yet. Just continues just to show some rotation. And with that, now probably just kind of southeast of Nolan, the way it's looking. Looking actually a little more interesting than it was a little bit ago. So they reissued this to continue to include Midland. Yeah, and this is looking a little more interesting than it was just even a few frames ago. This has picked up some of the rotation once again. So south of Nolan. Look at how that dove kind of south. Look at how that dove south. Man. Look at how that area rotation just dove down to the south. Yeah, so we've got this area kind of just southeast of Nolan at this point, heading towards Midland. Thankfully, nothing at this point showing up on the correlation coefficient. But the Weather Service out in Rapid City continues to issue that tornado warning out for that. Maybe a little area north of Kadoka still. Just broad areas of rotation here and there. Definitely we're going to be seeing some stronger winds, some damaging winds with that. So coming up to Midland, obviously you're the main area. You're the main area of concern. So US 14 kind of takes that little bit of a jaunt north, goes east and west, and then goes north. So Midland, maybe even eventually Kappa, Stamford, Belvedere, Kadoka, moving through you right now. And then as these continue to move down to the southeast, Murdu, Draper, we've got another severe thunderstorm warning, basically covering those areas now, Draper, Murdu, White River. Thank you, Right with Melanie. Appreciate it. Thanks, Alicia. 74 in amongst Right with Melanie. Awesome. Appreciate you guys subscribing. That's awesome. Appreciate the feedback. Appreciate the feedback, everybody. But yeah, just take the precautions, take shelter. You know, get in your lowest, get in your shelter. Move to the basement, into your room, lowest floor, sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you're outdoors in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter. I just cannot read sometimes. And protect yourself from flying debris. So just watch these areas as they continue to move down to the southeast. Now we've had a history now at this point of some tornado warned storm, especially with this area. Now east of Nolan, coming close to Midland. This area just continues to show some rotation with this and bears some watching. These areas kind of northeast of Kadoka doesn't look quite as interesting as it was earlier, so that's a good thing. However, we still have some strong winds with this. We've got some strong winds just punching to the southeast, along with a history of some large hail as well. So just take the precautions, get to your basement, and you'll be fine. You know, do what you have to do. And I always think, have your shoes on, just be ready. Take your little phone with and watch me as you as you just kind of hang out in the basement and wait for all this stuff to go by. We continue to have this area coming up on Creighton, north of Wasta, north of Wall. Moving eastward. Let's see, what are they saying at this? Moving east at 35 miles per hour. So some hail associated with that, some stronger winds. Thank you, John, PS30, for subscribing. That's awesome. I appreciate it. Yeah, and then so everybody really back behind this area, New Underwood, pretty much Wasta, even Rapid City. You're all in the clear with this. Let's just go down to one panel. We've got some of these areas that have been having rain just go over the same areas. So there might be areas of flooding. If you live in that area, if you kind of live in this area in western parts of South Dakota, you kind of know what areas are prone to flooding. So we've had some areas now that have gotten plenty of rain with these as well, on top of the hail and the strong winds. So just be mindful when you're crossing. Just be careful with these. You might see some areas that are getting flooded now, just because some of these areas just keep seeing the same areas just keep seeing rain go over them. Here we're starting to see a few more reports. 67 miles per hour wind gusts in Jackson County, to east of Cottonwood by a mesonet. And then 61 miles per hour for east of Cactus Flats in Jackson County. So some 61 and 67 mile per hour wind gusts showing up there from some mesonets. So Murdu, White River, Draper. Let's see, Okoton, Belvedere. What else is out there? You've got plenty of U.S. Highway 83. That's a major highway along with Interstate 90, obviously. those are two major highways that need to be watched here as these storms roll over these areas at this point. Okatan, Murdu, Draper. Looks like at this point it's going to slide the worst part anyway, just south up here. But we continue to watch, once again, this area now just southwest of Midland. Still has some rotation in with that, moving east at about 25 miles per hour. Good, Caitlin. I'm glad your shoes are on, but you're nowhere near those storms. Yeah, the drainage culvert and ditch is always a tricky one, and here's why. They actually they started to advise not to do the culvert thing because it creates a wind tunnel effect if you hide in a culvert, meaning the winds will basically speed up and they'll go faster as it goes through the culvert. So it's not really a great place to go. Along with that is if you're hiding in there, obviously it's also going to be raining, so you don't want to be stuck in there with the rain coming through the ditch or the culvert. So. Yeah, don't hide under your mobile home. Hopefully you have an area nearby that you can get to. And that's why these areas, when I always say, I kind of call out these Murdu and White River, you're going to be affected, Draper. So if you do live in a mobile home, go find a shelter right now. Go there right now. Just go there right now and just be ready because, man, mobile homes, outbuildings, garages, Quonsets, don't be out in those. They're not sturdy enough oftentimes. They get blown in. When we had these storms roll through eastern parts of South Dakota a few weeks ago, when we had 80, 90 mile per hour winds, and a lot of times those were the storms, those were the buildings that got destroyed, were the Quonsets, the outbuildings, hangars, airplane hangars, obviously. Okay, they reissued this storm because it is taking more of a southeasterly turn here. So they sort of they issued another tornado warning because that storm was the rotation was moving to the southeast. So a tornado warning for southern Hacken County, northwestern Millette, and northeastern Jackson County until 9:15 Mountain Time, 10:15 Central Time. At 8:37 Mountain Time, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 3 miles southeast of Nolan, or 17 miles northeast of Kadoka, moving southeast now at 25 miles per hour, tornado and ping pong ball sized hail. Radar indicated rotation with this. This tornadic thunderstorm will remain over mainly rural areas of southern Hacken, sure hope I'm saying that one right, northwestern Millette and northeastern Jackson counties. This includes Interstate 90 between mile markers 165 and 174. So if you're in that area, take cover now, move to a basement or enter your room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building, avoid windows, and if you're outdoors in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter. So there you have it. This storm's kind of taken a little bit more of a, let's put this back into motion here. Yeah, taking a little bit more of a southeasterly jaunt. I thought maybe they'd push that tornado warning just east a smidge. So it's kind of riding the eastern edge right now of that particular tornado warning because it looks like it's just diving south of Midland as these storms continue to just move south and into the deeper. They're just looking for the deeper moisture. As they continue to move down to the south and east. So we have this area south of Midland. I'm sure Midland, you're still picking up plenty of wind with this. Coming up to Stamford, you're going to need to be taking shelter right now. Okatan, you're not completely out of the woods as well with this at this point either. So basically, if you're anywhere south of Midland, Stamford, Okatan, coming up to Interstate I-90, Interstate 90, forget what mile markers they said, 165 and 174. Not a good place to be at this point. Still got a little bit some broad rotation southeast of Kadoka. Doesn't look quite as interesting there at this point. power outages in Hack and Jackson County. Yeah, I bet there are. Yep. Good point. We'll see if that pops up. Yeah, there's some power outages in Hacken. 1,668. 601 customers out with that. And then also in Butte County, 971 customers out. And then it looks like also, yeah, you said Jackson, 13. So yep, we're getting some power outages associated with these storms. Obviously, as they continue to rumble through portions of western South Dakota tonight. We just we're going to continue to watch kind of this area basically dive down to the southeast here over the next few hours. Murdu, Kadoka, White River, south up here, Draper. These are all areas that are of concern at this point due to the strong winds and large hail that are now moving through that region. I would say eventually, Presho, you're going to be close. You're going to be on the north edge of this. White River, Wood, New Witten, eventually Mission. All you guys need to be watching these storms as they continue to move down to the south and east. And then, we do have this storm just south of Nolan now, heading down to the southeast towards Stanford, there's no R, Stanford, and into Okoton as well. I would say you guys need to be in your shelter at this point. Yeah, there's look at that rotation in there. Let's see if there's anything showing up otherwise. Boy, you're going to be definitely seeing some strong rear flank downdraft. You're going to be seeing some RFD winds in with this for sure. So even if you're not in the exact location of this rotation, and heck, you might even get something forming back a little bit further back to the west of that. So this particular storm just does not want to completely give up, but at the very least, there are some strong winds crossing US 14, that area, that part of US 14 that jaunts to the north. Let's see, that's 63. I caught it on 63 actually. 14 is just north of there. So this is 63 the way it looks. So south of Midland, heading towards Stamford. Okoton, not out of the woods here. Heading to the southeast, a pretty good couplet now still. The storm just does not want to give up. Some strong RFD winds out behind it. Some strong inflow winds in through Midland out ahead of it. And again, this system has had a history of producing a tornado, and you might even have a little bit of a CC drop now associated with that. So we got to be watching this area south of Midland. We got to be watching this area south of Midland as it heads down to the southeast. Stanford coming up to Interstate 90, and then eventually Okoton as well. I would think this is looking pretty ominous. I mean, there's nothing confirmed, but I think there would be there's definitely a possibility that this would be on the ground. That's a pretty decent couplet. We've got a CC drop in with that, also out ahead of it, probably associated with these strong RFD winds. But I would just, man, Stanford, you got to be watching out now here with this as this moves down to the southeast. Thankfully, there's only a population of about 89 in this current tornado warned area. just incredible rotation with that. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, that's a dangerous storm at this point. This is still remains a dangerous storm south of Midland, heading towards Stamford, Okatana. You guys need to be in your shelter at this point. Just make sure you're in a basement, most interior part of the lowest part of your building. Get as low as you can, and just take shelter now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building, and avoid the windows. And of course, if you're outdoors in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Yeah, we'll continue to watch this area as it dives down to the southeast. If you're new, just joined, I just said a little bit ago. Yep, I watched the Dakotas in Minnesota. That's kind of my area I'm watching, so that's why I'm on tonight. I won't be on if it reaches Nebraska or anywhere else. I'll let somebody else take care of that. But I think really, I mean, the worst of it's going to be South Dakota. As these storms continue to dive kind of to the south and east at this point. But we're taking a look at this area north of Stamford, in between Stamford and Midland, as this area moves down to the southeast and heads towards I-90. A little bit of rotation once again, just southwest of Belvedere now. We got a bit of an inflow notch there, a little bit of some RFD showing up there. So even we've got another new area to watch southwest of Belvedere. It looks like that's also kind of moving to the southeast as well, probably about 30 miles per hour. Come on. Boy, some strong RFD winds with that. There's just, even if there's not a tornado there's some damaging winds going on. That's for sure. But there's still a decent couplet north of Stamford. Wow, just there's so much wind and large hail associated with this. Radar's picking up. They're saying even up to 4 inches of hail. Still, there's a possibility this thing, if it's on the ground, it still could be as well, north of Stamford. North of Stamford, heading down to the southeast at 25 miles per hour, just kind of outside of the tornado warned area at this point. And yeah, there's quite a CC drop out ahead of this. Probably due to these RFD winds kicking up all kinds of junk as this moves eastward. But still continues to be rotation. So anywhere in through here between Stamford and Midland, you're going to be seeing some strong winds with this, and it's just not a good situation at this point. Not a good situation north of Stamford to Midland, coming up to Okatana. And then again, we have this area south of Belvedere. Doesn't look quite as tight as it did a little bit ago. Yeah, it's looking a little bit messier, so that's a good thing. So the main area of concern remains north of Stamford at this point. We continue to have this little area back behind the main cell. We're just going to take a quick look here. Maybe an inch in diameter of hail associated with that, some strong gusty winds. This particular storm, let's see, is valid until for about another 9 minutes. But that actually looks like it's on the decrease. I wouldn't be surprised if they let that drop. Hey, appreciate you, Cynthia and Jace, for subscribing. That's awesome. Appreciate it. But this main area of concern now is Mordew, Draper, White River, Belvedere into Wood. The high area concerned north of, in between the Stamford and Midland area in South Dakota. That's we've had some rotation in there. Looks a little broader, but we might be maybe getting a little tighter circulation back just to the west of that. This area has been just an area we've been watching now for quite a while, probably about an hour, I think. Did have a history, did have a report of a tornado earlier, about an hour ago or so, as it was just northeast of Phillip. And now this area continues to kind of dive down to the southeast. So Stamford, Midland, Okoton, you all need to be in your shelter right now. Even though this is south of Midland, there's still plenty of winds, strong winds associated with this coming up to Kappa and then heading east into Van Meter and then eventually Murdu as well. No, Minnesota will be out of this. It looks like most of these storms really aren't going to make it that far. If they do make it that far into southwestern parts of Minnesota, it would probably be just like 60 mile per hour wind gusts, that type of thing, as it's just maybe on its way out, maybe just decreasing. But at this point, the real strong stuff here is going to be remaining into western and eventually into central parts of South Dakota. There is a severe thunderstorm watch. Doesn't quite reach the Minnesota border there, but that's valid until 3 a.m. And as we take a look and just basically put that into motion, you can see where these storms are heading, right towards that winter area. South of Pierre, it looks like Pierre, you're going to be just north of the worst of it at this point. Maybe this area further off in the backside, but that even that area on the backside looks like that's decreasing, but really looks like mainly south of Pierre, kind of towards Huron, Mitchell, Winter, late as it continues to move southeast throughout the night. And we've got this area coming up from the southwest from Nebraska as well. So yeah, we've got a couple of areas moving in. The good thing maybe with that, we have some rain that's forming out ahead of that. So hopefully that will absorb some of that energy and hopefully make these storms not quite as potent. But areas in Pierre and Winter, yeah, it's going to be kind of merging in through this portion and moving into southern parts of South Dakota. And I wouldn't be surprised maybe if they extended into parts of Nebraska as well. All right, as we take a look at this, continue to take a look at this north of Stamford. Doesn't look quite as ominous as it was earlier as far as rotation goes. However, still plenty of winds associated with this. Still a lot of winds. We've got this area maybe a little bit just over Belvedere, but again, pretty broad at this point. Nothing that we can pinpoint. Really, the bulk of the rotation has sort of worked its way kind of out of the warning areas at this point. But let's take her to one panel. Here's the velocities, and just let's just take a look at the velocities as they surge down to the southeast here. I mean, obviously, we still have rotation in there. That is for certain. Thankfully, it's a little broad at this point, so that's good. But there is still plenty of rotation associated with this. So as this continues to head towards Murdu, it's very, very possible that this could spin up again. Very possible that this could spin up, continue to spin up. As it heads towards Murdu at this point. But all these winds, look at these winds just surge down to the south and east. Boy, White River, you might escape some of this. But it's going to be close. Just take precautions, like I said, especially if you're in that Murdu and Draper area. South of Okoton into Westover. Just do the right thing. Take your shelters right now. Get in the lowest part of your building. Get into a good building. Take shelter somewhere. Don't be in a car. Don't be in a mobile home. Right now, if you are in a mobile home, it's just the time to get moving and find your shelter that you need to get to. Tornado southwest of Mitchell, because these storms are going to be meeting right there. Well, we'll see. I have my doubts about it. I don't have any lightning strike stuff that I currently subscribe to. I use GR Analyst is what I use. So that's I mean, obviously you got to pay for it. You got to pay good money for it. But that's the bulk of what I use here. Sometimes I run over to Radar Omega, but I just like this one. All right, so they reissued that tornado warning now. Radar indicated hail, 2-inch hail possible. Let's see if we can flip over to the screen here. Radar indicated hail, 2-inch size possible. Population 756, 3 schools, 0 hospitals. Coming into Okatan and Murdu. So that's kind of the area that I was just kind of talking about not too long ago. Me depends on where you're at. Depends on where you're at with these storms. That's the big thing. You know, if you're anywhere in that Okatan to Murdu area right now, you know, I guess for South Dakota standards, we'll you know, if you're seeing power flashes out there, if people are saying they're seeing that, we'll see. But you know, let's call it a 7 at least at this point, because there's some strong winds, maybe an 8. You know, it's hard to gauge that. That's a tough one to gauge. You know, when you say how bad's the storm, these are some pretty darn good storms rolling through. They're not to be taken lightly. I try not to sound the alarm too often, just because, you know, it doesn't do any good. It just doesn't do any good if I sound the alarm too often. But these are some strong winds heading towards Okatan and Murdu, Westover and Draper. So you need to take the precaution right now. We still have some strong winds heading towards the radar that continue here, and then obviously the strong winds moving east. This area here, we need to lose this orange area here, but so that we can get rid of some of this concern of a tornado warning. But this has just been continuing on now for over an hour. So there's still continues to be the rotation in through there, northwest to Okatan, heading towards Murdu, heading towards Draper, maybe White River, possibly just north of there, running across Interstate 90 at this point, between Stanford, Okatan, Murdu, Draper, Westover. All you guys are in the path and need to be taking shelter at this point. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to, you know, I hate to oversell things and I don't want to undersell it. So just be prepared. Just be prepared. Take shelter right now if you're anywhere within this area at this point, because we've got some strong winds moving through, and some areas of rotation, some areas of concern north of Stanford. Gosh, why am I having problems with that? So again, at 9:56, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 8 miles southeast of Midland, or 16 miles west of Murdu, moving east at 40. So it's picked up a little bit of speed now. Tornado and hail at up to 2 inches diameter. This dangerous storm will be near Okatan around 10:10 Central Time. So we're back into Central Time here, the way it looks. Other areas include Murdu. So make sure you take cover now and move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building and avoid windows. And if you are outdoors in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. If you know anybody out there, you know what also always helps is just, you know, the more people that give this the old thumbs up, the more this site gets seen and the more people can maybe see this out on YouTube. Also, If you know anybody, go ahead and share it to them as well. That helps kind of get the word out so that they know they need to be out there and watching these areas, and they've got somewhere to turn to. I don't know. It's always the kind of the concern. You don't know what kind of coverage is out there or who's covering what, and you have these TV stations that might break in, might break out. So that's why we kind of continue to we'll stay on it here as we take a look at this area northwest of Okatan, moving southeast now at about 40 miles per hour. Heading towards Okatan and Murdu, coming up eventually to Interstate 90. I'm surprised it didn't say that. Got some areas of broader rotation further back, but nothing significant. But we still do have some strong winds pushing into these areas as well, along with the possibility of some larger hail up to 3 inches as possible. Yeah, three would be on the very high end, maybe closer to 2 inches in diameter. But still, some decent areas are going to be seeing some large hail and probably a lot of hail run through there. Your ground's probably going to be white as these storms run through. And that's kind of the focus right now. Everything else has basically died off. You can see all the storm warnings have now died off west of this area. So it's this cell we need to continue to watch here over the next several hours. We continue to have dew points, obviously in the mid 60s. So the Cape values are still quite high. We still have Cape values in the 3000s in through central and southern portions of South Dakota still. So yeah, we'll have to continue to watch these areas as they dive down to the south and east throughout the overnight hours. And then eventually move into eastern parts of South Dakota. All right, so here we are. This area northwest of Okatan, moving to the southeast at about 40 miles per hour, heading toward Murdu. Murdu, you should be in your safe spot right now, as well as Draper. It's going to be coming up into you here shortly, moving southeast at about 40 miles per hour. You're not completely out of the woods. You've got all these areas, this area of strong winds and some hail. Maybe just grazing White River. It's going to be close for you. It might be just north of you, but it's going to be really close coming up to Murdu and Draper, and then eventually Vivian, Wood, Presho, New Witten, Kennebec. You guys are kind of in the long term at this point, or midterm, I should say. You're going to be up next after these areas. As these storms are expected to continue to move to the south and east. And then, of course, as we were looking at earlier, we have these storms coming up from Nebraska, moving up to the northeast as well. And looks like there's been a history of some strong damaging winds associated with those as they move towards the winter area here over the next few hours. Yeah, that's the thing with these storms. If you live in a mobile home, find a new home. Yeah, I understand it. It's people do what they can afford, and that's how it goes. You just got to be mindful when you're in these places that when these things happen, you gotta take the precautions, and you gotta know what to expect and where to go in certain scenarios. Okay, we're losing a bit of the Rapid City radar help here. But they're going to continue to be our area that we'll use as this continues to move eastward. It gets into a little bit of a no man's land when it comes to radars, unfortunately. How long will I be live? We'll see. We'll see how these storms continue. I would think we'll kind of watch them get into that Chamberlain area. So what time is it? It's 10 Central. We'll call it midnight, and then we'll see how we're doing beyond that. I'll probably if we can get rid of these tornado warnings, I might just take a little bit of a break and step out. Which I think we will eventually here now. Because I think beyond that, the storms are just they're gonna turn more into a wind event and not a severe wind event, but just one where, you know, if you take the precautions, you'll be fine type of scenario. The thing we got going on tonight is we have a strong low-level jet that wants to set up and help aid these storms into the night. And so we got to kind of watch and see how these storms react to that. There's still, like I said a little bit ago, there's still plenty of moisture associated with these, you know, out ahead of this. Here's our surface capes, you know, so we still have, you know, over 3,000 joules per kilogram still in through portions of winter and into Sioux Falls. And then we also have, let's see, there's our low-level jet setting up in through here. And so it's oftentimes in these nose here, you can see the color, the blue shaded areas, and it's right on that nose where these storms like to thrive on. And so, and that's kind of expected to, why these storms are expected to sort of ride along this and move eastward through the night. They'll probably stop taking a southeasterly motion and start to move more easterly as we get into the nighttime hours, later into the night. So that's kind of what we're looking at. We're watching this low level jet in through here. We still have plenty of cape. Obviously, the higher dew points because the higher capes are there as well. So, so we'll watch this here. Probably, I would suspect here for another, well, at least an hour, maybe two, and then we'll see how things are going. But we, you know, right now our immediate concern remains this area northwest of Okatan, heading towards Murdu. Still have that tornado warned area. As it moves to the southeast at about 40 miles per hour. And this is valid until 10:30 p.m. Central Time. Now we're getting into Central Time, so we're about another 20 minutes of this storm. This particular tornado warning is valid until. Along with that, we're going to have plenty of strong winds associated with this. So all this area, as it continues to move down to the southeast, along with some larger hail, we're going to be seeing some strong gusty winds moving into White River and Murdu and Draper. Now, as the night goes along, the good thing is, you know, I guess if you wanted to rate it and say I said it was a 7 or an 8, you know, it might be dropping down to more of a 6 as it continues to move eastward through the nighttime hours. So that's a good thing. You know, obviously we're heading more into this area where we're out of the tornado watch area and more into just the severe thunderstorm. Now, not to say, obviously you can't have a tornado warning because we have it into the watch area now. But as the night goes along, that threat will decrease. So here's I'm just taking a look at just an effective layer for potential tornadic activity. And you can see here where we're bullseye, that's kind of where all the areas are running through right now. And as I step through the forecast, you can see how these storms essentially outrun the best area for rotation through the night. You know, looks like maybe some storms could develop into North Dakota later tonight. We'll monitor that. We'll see if that does indeed happen. But at this point, there doesn't appear to be anything imminent into southern parts of North Dakota. Yeah, you do have these storms kind of rolling into portions of South Dakota, so it might be something that will bear watching later in the night across the North and South Dakota border, where you might get an isolated severe with hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. But by and large, the you know, this will be kind of the main focus. All right, continuing to watch in this area northwest of Oukotan. It's looking a little more broad, I guess, if you want to call it that. But still, still continues to kind of be an area of concern. Basically, just north of there, heading towards Murdu, heading southeast at roughly about 40 miles per hour. Might have slowed down a little bit from that, but you kind of have this area feeding into it still. We still got a notch in through there, just north of Oukotan, and of course that's always just, you know, has to remain a concern here. So I appreciate you all tuning in here to Region Weather Live right here on YouTube. And as we continue to follow these storms eastward through the night, we need to be watching Murdu here shortly. Got to get a feel for how far away this rotation actually is. So Murdu, you're about maybe 15 minutes away, the way it's looking right now, from the storm impacting you at this point. So Murdu coming up to Interstate 94 north of Oukotan, and really anybody in through there, here, you're just, I mean, even if you're not within the direct shot of some of this rotation, you're going to be seeing some strong winds punching through your area and through Murdu, Westover, and Draper. You know, we do have these severe thunderstorm warnings out, where we're expecting 2-inch hail and 70 mile per hour wind gusts. So, you know, they're attacking people and animals outdoor will be injured. Expect hail damage to roof, sidings, windows, and vehicles, and expect considerable tree damage. Wind damage is also likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings in these locations. Obviously, like I said before, we're Oukotan, Murdu, Draper, and Westover. White River, you're going to be close. It looks like you're just going to be on the south side of this. It's going to be awfully close. Maybe just take the precaution anyway and watch out for these storms. And then we're going to have to keep an eye on these storms as they head up from Valentine now at this point, and into St. Francis and Mission, and into New Witten, and everybody's heading towards winter. So as this heads towards winter, we'll see how these maintain. Now the good thing is we do have some rain out ahead of this. Hopefully that can dampen some of these storms, but at this point we need to be watching out for White River and Murdu, and heading into Kennebec in winter. As these this particular storms move down to the southeast, and we watch these storms out in Nebraska kind of move in. It looks like actually they dropped the latest severe thunderstorm warning with those, so that's good. Maybe some of these are losing their punch. So we're just maybe hopefully the only thing we're going to have to continue to watch through the nighttime hours is this area. So yep, western Murdu right now, it's real close. It's real close now at this point to Murdu, that area, the main area of rotation. Hopefully you've all been taking cover at this point, along with the strong gusty winds. You know, we could have hail up to 2 inches as well. These areas heading towards Draper. You're also going to be kind of an area of concern, and then just south of Draper and Murdu as well. Kind of either side of the interstate as these storms continue to dive down to the southeast. I do appreciate everybody for watching. I appreciate everybody who's subscribed. That's awesome. Please hit the old thumbs up button. That helps me out as well. That helps get this page and notice, so that if there is anybody out there that needs to be following along. Also, don't be afraid to share this page wherever you can. Just kind of down below, if you're obviously you're on YouTube, there's a little share button. You can click on that, and maybe if there's anybody that you're concerned about that maybe should be following along. Like I said, I do mainly watch the Dakotas in Minnesota, or I do just watch the Dakotas in Minnesota. I've lived in North Dakota for quite a while, or pretty much all my life. Worked in Minneapolis for a number of years. I've done weather forecasting for South Dakota, along with as a meteorologist. So as I just kind of stick around, this is my home area. This is where I stick to. And so that's kind of where we're following along. We're watching the Dakotas in Minnesota here. But really the main threat here for tonight, for Sunday night, is really just going to be South Dakota, particularly at this point, south central South Dakota, maybe into southeast. We'll see if it makes it that far. I think if it does at that point, it won't be, too severe, but just something where you'll probably see a warning or two as it heads into the southeastern parts of South Dakota. But right now we continue to kind of watch this area northwest of Murdu. It's kind of going to be getting real close to you at this point. I wouldn't think so. No, you won't be. No, not definitely not in Minnesota. Give me 1 second here. Sorry, I'm trying to watch a couple things here. Yeah, there is so much lightning. Wow, there is a lot of lightning with this. Holy cow. Boy, it's just a jumbled mess at this point. Thank you, Godless123, for subscribing, as well as PJW. That's awesome. Sioux Falls, like I said, I mean, you might get some wind gusts of 60 miles per hour, maybe an inch hail, maybe. And so it's going to be close. We'll see how these continue on as it sort of reaches that Missouri River area, Chamberlain area, and see how it's managing at that point. But I don't think, it doesn't appear that it's going to be anything too significant with Sioux Falls. I'm not it's not going to be enough to where I'm going to stay on live all night because of it. Put it that way. This area in through here, it's a mess right now. There's so much going on. It's really, really hard to tell where some of that rotation is. And yeah, it might look like there's several areas. And it's possible that it's becoming so messy in through here that hopefully it's actually just kind of washing out, is what it's more and more looking like to me. So that's a good thing. I mean, this thing is valid. This tornado warning is valid here for another 8 minutes. So we'll see if they actually keep it up. I guess the area concern continues to be there's still a nice bright spot just north of Murdu and Okatan. So, there still might be just enough here to where some rotation could reform. We got to, at the very least, we still got to be watching these areas into Murdu and Draper just because of the winds that are going to be associated with these as they continue to head southeastward here throughout the next few minutes. But it's looking muddier. But this area up here, that's still, we need to get rid of this. We need to get rid of this before I become a little more comfortable with what's going on. The only area right now of concern is coming up on that Murdu, Draper, coming up to Presho, Kennebec, maybe Wood and New Witten. So if you're south of Pier, north and south of I-90, maybe 50 miles either side of that. Of I-90, just south of Pier, that's sort of the main area of concern at this point. Yep, there continues to be some rotation just northwest of Murdu. But it's looking a little muddier. You might have something sort of in through here now. I mean, it does look like. Well, you could make a case here now just northwest of Okatan that maybe something's trying to get going. The good thing is there's no evident CC drop in areas that we need to be watching. But I guess if I'd have to watch anything at this point, that's what happens. Sometimes you get these storms that they redevelop further back. And so now, maybe we should be watching this area just north of Okatan once again. As it looks like there could be a little bit of tightening up there. Yeah, and if you're on the YouTube or if you go out and find some of these storm chasers, they're interesting to watch. I don't, like I said before, I don't put them on here just because they're trying to make a living. They want you to watch their channel. So that's, I understand people want to watch that as well. I don't claim to have authorization to show what they're doing out there. So I kind of just stick to the radar right now. I'll try to find some things once in a while on Twitter and just help repost that and reshare some of the things I see on there. But for the most part, I just kind of stick to the radar and show people what's coming. Like this. This is by Jordan Hall WX. Look at the rings from the hail that hit Belfouche. This is after about an hour of melting. Rings just like a tree. Again, if you want to do yourself a favor, go on Twitter if you have Twitter and hit hashtag SDWX and you'll find all sorts of interesting information on there. You'll find all kinds of cool pictures. Yeah, so I think we need to watch this area now north of Okatan, possibly north of Murdu, but it's looking a little bit more of a muddied mess as it continues on here. But there's still some evident rotation in through there, so it's just, we have to monitor this. As we, your areas in through Murdu and Okatan and Draper, you're not out of this yet. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning until 11:30 Central Time. At 10:24, severe thunderstorm was located over Murdu or moving southeast at 40. This is a destructive storm for Jones County. Destructive storm for Jones County. 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts and baseball-size hail. 80 miles per hour. That'll do some damage. That's not good. 80 miles per hour in baseball-sized hail associated with these storms running through Murdu and Draper. Trained weather spotters at 10:15 p.m. We're reporting semis blown over on I-90 and 12 miles at 12 miles and 20 miles west of Murdu. So semis blown over on Interstate 90. Roughly both 12 miles and 20 miles west of Murdu. This thunderstorm will be near Draper and Westover at 10:35. Remain alert for possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from these severe thunderstorms. And if you spot a tornado, go at once into the basement or small central room or in a sturdy structure. You know what? Don't even look for them. Just get into a shelter. Don't even say that. This storm is producing destructive winds and large damaging hail. So just seek shelter now. Go inside a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. Torrential rainfall is also occurring with these storms and may lead to flash flooding. So do not drive your vehicles through flooded roadways. So we have reports of 80-mile-per-hour winds and semis blowing over west of Murdu at this point. So we're looking at Murdu Draper in the path of continues to be in the path of this storm. Yeah, a little past Sioux Falls. So are you talking east of Sioux Falls? Yeah, thankfully by that time, it shouldn't be that bad. You are in a camper, so that's always a different thing to deal with, I guess. But I think by that point, once it reaches Sioux Falls, it won't be as bad. But you're still going to be dealing with the possibility of some stronger winds. So we'll continue to keep an eye on it here. Like I said, I think until midnight, we're going to have a little bit better feel for how everything's going to flow for the rest of the night. So I'm just kind of watching this as it continues to move eastward and see where exactly some of these storms wind up. But I do think as they move eastward, they will decrease. It's just a matter of, how quickly. At this point, however, obviously, I mean, there's still some very destructive winds running through Murdu and Draper, and they did get rid of that tornado warning, so they're just running with the severe thunderstorm warning at this point. Yeah, that's what I've been hearing, a lot of lightning. I've got another app on my phone that shows me lightning, and there's wow, there are so many lightning strikes out there with this. Yeah, I appreciate you, everybody, for tuning in. That's awesome. Please just give me the old thumbs up button. Give it the like. That way people can, they can find my channel a little bit easier. Share it. The more things like that, the more people can find this channel. So, and there's one of the reports there, just Western Murdu popping up, and that's what that's saying. Semi-tractor trailer blown over on I-90. Like, it's so interesting when you watch these storms and you can just see them rotate through. You don't even need to look at the velocity. A lot of times you can just see that there's rotation in with them, and just by watching the reflectivity and watching how these storms just move. This one, kind of north of White River, looks like it's just going to miss you guys to the north. So Kennebec, you're still going to be kind of an area that we need to watch out for. Obviously, the immediate concern is Murdu and Draper, and then as we get into Presho, let's see, kind of Presho, south of Presho, Kennebec, probably even just north of I-90 into probably north of I-90 for about a good 20 miles or so. Those are going to be areas that are going to need to be watching as this kind of continues to move, almost turning more of an easterly direction here as we continue on, which is what we basically expected. Now, the bad thing is it's going to run right down I-90, and that's, I was thinking you don't want it to run down an interstate, but it almost appears to be where it's heading at this point. So Kennebec and Chamberlain, we need to be watching out and keeping an eye on these storms as it approaches, just because there are some damaging wind gusts, winds of 80 miles per hour. We've had now a report of some semis blowing over on I-90. And so this area is just going to be pushing eastward along I-90 towards Kennebec and Chamberlain. Presho or Alliance. Just north of White River, north of Wood and New Witten. Now we've got this area kind of coming up from Nebraska. It looks like it's lost a good part of its punch. Now there might be still some small hail associated with it, the way it's looking. So I mean, you might still see some winds associated with that, some gustier winds. But by and large, the main area of concern will be continue to be this area as it moves south and east, and probably eventually take a more easterly direction here. That is just a massive storm. Wow, impressive. We're also kind of watching this area moving into northwestern parts of South Dakota. Might have an inch diameter hail associated with those, but those aren't expected to be too bad through the overnight hour. Yeah, look at you just see the spin in that. You just see it right on the reflectivity how that storm is rotating. It's very broad, so that's a good thing. It's very broad, but there's the one area maybe that if we'd be looking at some possible rotation would be just kind of right in through here, just north of Murdu. And like I said, you can almost see it here. It just in the reflectivity, there's kind of a circular area as this area just kind of bends back around. So I guess if we'd be looking for any type of rotation, that's basically where we'd be watching at this point. But this whole area right now is a big concern as it moves east-southeast here over the next several minutes. Moving southeast, it's saying at 40 miles per hour. Hey, thank you, Fifth Wheel Living, for subscribing. That's awesome. Rhiannon Hairhouse to Newman. Appreciate everybody for subscribing. That's awesome. I appreciate all the likes and the subscribers. That's great. We're going green. Greenwich, we're going green. Let's see here if I can see anything else. Yeah, like this area just sort of north of White River might have a little, maybe some broader rotation in with that as well. At this point, it doesn't seem to be anything. Yeah, they reissued that tornado warning now. So they've got 1037. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Okatana, near Murdu, moving southeast at 30. This is radar rotation with possible tornado and baseball-size hail. This dangerous storm will be near Murdu around 1045. Heavy rainfall may hide this tornado. Do not wait to see or hear it. Take cover now. So again, we're back. We're looking at some of this rotation that's back in through here, just a kind of northwest of Murdu, I would think. I guess I would think just north of Okatan, about there is where I'd be looking at it. Just doesn't want to give up the ghost. It just doesn't want to quite give up in through here. So we got to watch into Okatan and Murdu still. Even without the tornado warning aside, Draper and Presho and Kennebec, you guys are going to be next with these storms, moving just north of White River and Wood. We do have a little bit of areas of rotation in through north of White River, but man, look at this. Yeah, north of Murdu again. Just doesn't want to quite give up, coming towards Draper, and plenty of strong 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts pushing just south of Draper, in between Draper, maybe even affecting Westover at this point. Rhiannon. Oh, yeah. Rhiannon. Yeah, thank you. That's much easier, I think. Rhiannon. All right, so we're watching this area north of Murdu now for possible rotation heading towards Draper. And then largely taking a larger view out of this whole area, Draper, Murdu, north of White River, heading towards Presho and Kennebec. Everything's kind of the worst of it south of Pier. And it's going to be close to winter. We'll see if it does eventually take that left turn, a little bit of a left turn, and head more easterly here. So right now in between Winter and Pier, along I-90, unfortunately along I-90 is where these storms are running through. And then this area north of Murdu really, really picking up some steam again. Wow. Just doesn't, you just wish it would just stop and just be done, but it just doesn't want to quite leave. And like I said, you can see on the reflectivity, there's just a circular area in through here, and it's gonna be deep within these storms. And just like the tornado warning said, don't try and see it, don't try and hear it. Just take cover. Just take cover if you're Murdu or Draper. I think you guys need to be taking cover. Not only do you have some strong winds heading towards you, you've got a possible tornado associated with that as well. So just take cover, get into the lowest part of your building, and move away from windows, and just take cover now. Yeah, don't. Sorry, I know what song you're talking about. My daughter talks about it all the time, but I don't know. I'm kind of mush mouth right now. Been talking here for a few hours, longer than I had hoped. I thought I'd jump on and jump off, and unfortunately, we have to continue to talk about this weather as it just north of Murdu heading towards Draper just doesn't want to quite give up there. And there you see the tweet, radar indicated baseball-sized hail, population of 684, possibly 3 schools associated with this particular storm, as this area of concern just doesn't want to go away. North of Purdue, coming in towards Draper. Hey, the other thing I always want to say is good job on keeping things clean and just nice on the chat. That's always nice. I'm glad everybody's just, saying the right stuff, and I'm just kind of trusting everything's going to be good there. So appreciate everybody following along and watching and giving the old thumbs up tonight to make sure everybody else is watching. If you need to, go ahead and share it. If you think you need somebody else out there watching this, that should be watching. We'll continue to monitor this as it heads east. I said we're going to kind of watch and see what happens once it hits sort of that Chamberlain area, and then make our determination after that what the storms are looking like at that point. Eventually, I've been saying it all night, eventually these storms will lose some of its punch, but they're just continuing to hang on here. This area north of Purdue heading towards Draper. Strong winds associated with these. There's some, I'm trying to look for a definitive CC drop. You've got a little bit of one there that might be sort of correlated with that area of rotation. North of Purdue, heading towards Draper at this point. Here's your area of rotation that we are concerned with. And then largely, as we're taking a look, just zoom out a little bit more. We still have some strong RFD winds heading towards Purdue and Draper. Another area out of front of this. As these storms continue to move to the southeast, just south of Draper. So eventually heading into Presho and possibly into New Witten and Winter. Yeah, the lightning's been crazy. This lone storm just is the only thing, and that's really we need some rain out ahead of this. We need some rain out ahead of this to help slow this down, to help weaken this. Unfortunately, as I take a look at some of the models and the latest model runs and just seeing what they're kind of thinking for forecast-wise, they do want to decrease it as it moves eastward. Largely, once it gets to that Chamberlain area, there are the dew points are still high enough down there that it bears watching. Into the Chamberlain area, and then maybe just east of there a bit. I'll take a look at the meso analysis here, and you can see here how the Cape values sharply drop off beyond sort of that Missouri River area, beyond Chamberlain. So that's kind of where I've been. That's sort of been my go-to here. Now we're not far away from there. It's getting closer, but we'll keep with it here for about another hour and a half, hour 15. I really think I think it'll be decreasing by then. It will. It's going to be losing some of its punch, and I think maybe even some of it may be enough to take enough left turn to even move just north of there even. So Sioux Falls will be fine. It's this area right now running up to Chamberlain, maybe Plankinton at the furthest east. And then by that point, we're going to continue to watch it, and I think at most once we get into that Sioux Falls area, it'll be beyond that 2 a.m. time frame, and it'll lose a good bit of its punch. So that's where I think we're going to be, at most a 60 mile per hour wind gust, and that can still do some damage, but not as bad. I mean, it's still doable. It's just kind of on the lower fringe of the severe warning area. That's usually those are usually the storms where maybe the larger, where the branches come down, not the whole tree. It's just, you might see some branches that come down. But Sioux Falls will not be as bad at all. This area now here over the next hour and a half, these are the areas we need to watch. Now you can see they reissued this tornado warning to sort of better fit this area north of Murdu. So they reissued this tornado and golf ball size hail radar indicated rotation. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught outside. This is moving east at about 30 miles per hour. The storm will be near Draper at 10:55 Central Time. Heavy rainfall may hide this tornado. Do not wait to hear or see it to take cover now. So if you are north of Murdu, north of Draper, and actually you might even have a little bit of an area just north of Draper as well, as this main area north of Murdu. This is the main area of concern at this point, as this storm just kind of is continuing its last little gasp here. I think we're going to be getting here towards the end as we will go over the next hour, but yeah. Minnesota, probably not. And like I said, I've been having my doubts about even Sioux Falls area. These storms likely will not make it to Minnesota. So I'm not concerned about Minnesota at all. I mean, when we take a look at the latest model here, and just what these storms are expected to do, you can see kind of, again, once they kind of hit that Chamberlain, once they kind of cross the Missouri River, they start to lose their punch once they move eastward. They're running out of energy. Yep. I mean, there won't be much left of this. So that's why I said we'll watch this. We'll continue to watch this here over the next hour or so. But right now it remains to be dangerous. It remains to be dangerous north of Draper, north of Murdu. We've been talking about Draper and Murdu here for what, an hour? I feel like it's never left this area. And when that happens, that's when, that's where bad things happen. I mean, we keep talking about the same area. Midland, obviously it's out of Midland at this point, but Murdu and Draper, man, we've been talking about them, and it just this storm just lingers here, and it's just lingering and lingering. But I do think we're going to be getting on the backside of this here eventually, but not yet. It's not there yet. Yep, same with Huron. It won't be, again, you might see, if you're inside, you're going to be fine. A 60 mile per hour wind gust. I don't think it'll make it up to Huron. I think this area will kind of continue to move along Interstate 90, maybe take a little bit of a northerly turn if it tries to ride that low-level jet stream a little bit, because it's going to try and work with the best area of lift that it can. So that's, I think we're going to kind of follow this I-90 area, and it might lift just north of there as it continues to move eastward, but we're definitely expecting these storms to die off. But right now they're continuing to just cause havoc north of Murdu and north of Draper. Not so much Minneapolis. Again, we kind of reset the stage tomorrow for western South Dakota, and those storms are expected to head northeast. We might have some storms into northeastern North Dakota as well in the afternoon, but we're really kind of going to be paying attention. Oops. Let's back up a frame here. Yeah, I mean, you can see some of those storms kind of move east, but they're not really severe at that point. And then kind of those storms into western parts of the Dakotas kind of move northeastward through the overnight and early parts of Tuesday morning. And that's kind of the areas we're watching. But for now, we're still watching this area just on the far western fringe of this severe thunderstorm watch. Notice how take a look at this latest severe thunderstorm warning. Notice how it's not moving southeast anymore. Now they've got it going a little more easterly. So there's that little bit of a left turn at this point that's these storms are expected to take. But it continues to be dangerous here over the next hour or so. With this new severe thunderstorm warning, a line extending from 12 miles south up here to Mosher, moving east at 40. These are destructive storms, 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and tennis ball size hail. Radar indicated. Mobile homes will be heavily damaged. Expect considerable damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles. Extensive tree damage and power outages are likely. Severe thunderstorms will be near Roseau. Didn't know there was a Roseau, around 11:10 p.m. Other locations include Cedar Creek Rec Area, Decree Rec Area, Joe Creek Rec Area, and West Bend Rec Area. So yeah, we're coming up to that Missouri River area, so there's going to be a lot of recreational areas, I would assume. Remain alert for a possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly with severe thunderstorms, and if you spot a tornado, you know what? Let's not even wait to spot a tornado. Just go in your shelter. These storms are producing destructive winds and large damaging hail. Seek shelter now inside a sturdy structure and stay away from the windows. Largely if you're right now, these are the areas we're going to be watching. Kennebec, south of Pier. Yeah, you can see how that storm now it's taken that little bit of a left turn. And that new warning is more of an easterly type of warning, heading towards Chamberlain, Gam Valley, and Highmore. And eventually heading towards Highmore, Miller, Wessington Springs, and like I said, Chamberlain. Maybe as far as Plankinton. We'll see. We'll see if the southern end makes it to Plankinton, or if it manages to move just north of I-90. Huron's going to be close. The person who's asking about Huron. Yeah, you guys will be close. So we'll continue to watch this. We'll continue to watch this here over the next hour and see what happens. Largely, we're expecting these storms to decrease in intensity, so that's good. We're not going to be looking at the 80-mile-per-hour winds, but I mean they still could be. They very, very well could still be severe warned. And so we're talking, at least 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts as these continue to move eastward. And those type of winds, if you're in a good shelter and if you're in your basement, you're fine. I mean, you're going to be fine. And as you're watching these areas move to the east and northeast, okay, they did reissue now another warning here with this stuff down to the south. Yeah, that did pick up a little bit. I was expecting, it looks like there's some hail associated with that once again coming up to winter. But again, if you're in a good, decent shelter, you're going to be fine. These areas are coming. So, if you are in a mobile home, just be watching and be ready to take some shelter into a sturdier area. Yep, the campers are always, those are always tough. And especially now with this area coming up into the Missouri area where there are some recreation and there's probably some camping. Those are the areas I'd be really concerned about at this point. Now, if you're further east of there, if you're kind of in that Sioux Falls area and you're in your camper, it's nothing imminent right now. We'll continue to watch it. It doesn't. It's going to decrease by the time it moves eastward. That much we know. It's just a matter of we'll continue to keep an eye on. So just keep watching and you'll be fine. Just know this stuff is coming. Well, let's take a look. We continue to watch this area north of Draper. Right in through here, there's a kind of a couplet in through there that continues to move now eastward. Just north of Draper, probably moving north of Vivian. And more, this is starting to look like this is going to turn into sort of a bow echo type of event. And obviously with those, you can get spin-ups that occur with those. Thank you, Pink Pearl, for subscribing. That's awesome. Ryan, if I didn't hit you earlier, thank you for subscribing as well. I do appreciate it. I'm just kind of clicking through some of the layers here on the correlation coefficient. Oh man. All right. Yeah. Well, at the very least, there's definitely some nasty winds rolling through there. Yeah, this is buried deep. This is buried deep within these storms. You've got the main line now pushing out with some really, really strong winds coming just south of Vivian and kind of south of Draper as well, moving into Presho. You guys you're going to be under the gun, and man, I can't imagine what. I always think about it, like we already saw some reports of semis blowing over on Interstate 90 as this continues to push eastward. So moving into Presho and Kennebec. And then we continue to watch these areas north of Draper that just doesn't quite want to give up completely here this evening. You can see this area would be buried deep within the rain here. So it's going to be really, really hard to see if there's anything there. So just don't even wait for it. Don't wait to hear for it. You might even have a little bit of a couplet north of Vivian at this point. Just take the precautions. If you are east of these storms into Presho and Kennebec, and just get into your shelter now, and get low, and just take those precautions so that you're in your safe place, just in case the worst were to happen right now. Yeah, we have strong, strong winds in excess of 70 miles per hour running through and through there. So in a lot of these places. So we're expecting 80 mile per hour wind gusts and baseball size hail possible with these storms. North of Draper, Vivian, and then we're looking out to Kennebec, eventually maybe Highmore, Chamberlain, possibly Winter. And then we've got this area further down to the south with these storms that came out of Nebraska. So we got this southwest of Winter, severe thunderstorm located near Kayapaya, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour, 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail possible. Radar indicated. Severe thunderstorm near Clearfield at 11:05, so a couple minutes, in Dog Ear Lake at 11:15. Other locations include Winter, Cullum, and Ideal South Housing. So that's associated with these storms coming that came out of Nebraska, kind of reinvigorated a little bit. So it looks like we've got some 60 mile per hour wind gusts and some quarter-size hail associated with that. Right now we continue to watch these areas roll through Vivian, Presho, maybe some rotation remaining north of Draper. You can see how this kind of curls back around. And that's actually just kind of within this northern, within this area north of Vivian. And then you've kind of got this area further back as well. So a couple of areas just, again, continued to just be watching north of I-90. Like I said, I swear we've been saying Murdo and Draper over the last hour and a half. This is a vicious, it just doesn't want to give up. Just doesn't want to give up the ghost here. Now, along with that, we've got a Boeing segment pushing out towards Presho and Kennebec and Reliance, moving eventually towards Gan Valley, Chamberlain, Highmore, Miller, Wessington Springs, and eventually Plankinton. And so those areas are going to need to continue to be watched here over the next, we'll call it about an hour or so. And then this area rotation north of Vivian, north of Draper. Intense, and everybody says the lightning is very, very intense with these storms. Always another problem, that gets associated with these storms and oftentimes overlooked. I always say when I'm out storm chasing, I'm more scared about the lightning because you just don't know where those are going to strike. At least I can take a look at the radar and have an idea of what to expect here. All right, new tornado warning north of Vivian. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located 8 miles north of Vivian, 14 miles northwest of Presho, moving northeast at 45. Radar indicated tornado and golf ball size hail possible. Locations include Cedar Creek Rec area. Take cover now, move to a basement or interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building and avoid windows. And if you are outdoors or in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. This cluster of thunderstorms is capable of producing tornadoes and widespread significant wind damage. Do not wait to see or hear the tornado for your protection. Move into an interior on the lowest floor of a building. Yeah, you can see how that area is kind of rotating and now moving northeast just a bit. that north end here, as this area kind of bows out and heads towards Presho and Kennebec, and you got that north end kind of looping back around it. So this is kind of the area they're concerned with at this point, just north of Vivian. North of Vivian, what is that? Highway 83? US Highway 83, heading to the northeast towards Lake Sharp. And let's see, 1806 eventually. Canyon Highway 22, or County Highway, not Canyon, County Highway 22. And eventually making its way up to Highway 34, kind of just south of Pierre, south of Canning. But the other thing we just, we got to emphasize this area coming into Presho. You're not in the tornado warning, but man, there are some strong 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts blasting your way. So Presho, Kennebec, south of the interstate, at least 20 miles or so. You guys are going to need to be watching this area, north of New Witten. We do have this area southwest of Winter. Now picking up just the tiniest bit of rotation in there. So that'll need to be watched, but I think I believe the main threat with this will be gustier winds and quarter-sized hail. Will it come a PDS? Boy, wouldn't completely surprise me for areas along I-90, at least for a short bit. The good thing I keep, hold on a second. The good thing I'm seeing is the rain out ahead of this. The good thing I'm seeing is the rain out ahead of this already into Chamberlain and Kennebec. So it's going to be sopping away some of that energy. So this is hopefully making its last little gasp here. The echo tops continue to be quite high, but there's some reasons at least to be optimistic. I don't know why I didn't think of this earlier, but I do have a way of seeing the lightning flashes. I don't know why I didn't think of this. But yeah, you can see all the lightning associated with this, and then the colder tops are the darker reds and blacks here. And you can see how this storm kind of dove to the southeast. Now we had this one kind of come out of Nebraska, picked up a little bit of steam now as it's moving to the northeast and help joining in with the storm that's just been around that Murdu area. But so much lightning associated with this. We'll kind of continue to watch the tops here to see if there's any changes there over the next hour, and hopefully there will be, just because, like I said, there is some rain now out ahead of this that hopefully this will eventually change some of this. But for the meantime, Presho, Kennebec, Reliance, Chamberlain, we've got some rotation north of Vivian along Highway US 83. And then coming up just south of Canning is where this storm is expected to go. But Presho, Kennebec, coming up to Reliance, eventually Highmore and Chamberlain. And then we'll watch this area. Whoa, better rotation now. Southwest at Clearfield. That's interesting. Another little area just southwest of Clearfield, in between Clearfield and Kayapaya. Boy, I can't say that one. And yeah, you're right. I mean, normally when it's a high density populated area, they tend to do the PDSs. That is, you're right there. But this area southwest of Winter, that's gotten interesting here. It's picked up a little more rotation over the last several frames here. Is that kind of pushes northeast out ahead of this back edge here. So we do have an area rotation now southwest of Winter, west of Colombe, that will need to be watched. But then we continue to have this area come into Presho and Kennebec and Reliance. And I tell you, I'm glad I'm seeing more and more. This is becoming less organized, at least on this end. So hopefully we can stop talking about Murdu and Draper, which I think we can. I think we're done with Murdu and Draper. Murdu definitely can go to bed. Probably Draper as well. But then we're watching finally these areas east of there into Presho and Kennebec and Reliance. And now we're monitoring this area southwest of Winter and maybe now even north of Mosher, north of Carter, New Witten. Probably some new areas to keep an eye on here over the next 45 minutes or so. Nothing tornado warned yet, but definitely a little bit of a couplet starting to form. Thank you, Neil, and also Dragon Z Gaming, and also Brad and Emily for all subscribing. That's awesome. I appreciate it. Between Clearfield and Kayapaya. And then just north of there, you got to be watching this area north of Mosher as well. So a couple of new areas of rotation we need to be watching here. As I think these areas that we've been watching here over the last hour and a half may finally be sort of losing its grip. Now, there is still plenty of winds associated with this as they roll into Presho and Kennebec. And they're not completely out of the, they're not completely out of it just because there is still a little bit of rotation northwest of Presho, still within this tornado warned area. You might get some areas that kind of curl around the backside of the northern edge of some of these areas that push to the east. So we'll continue to monitor that. But then we've got this area north of Mosher right now that's trying to develop. And then this area just kind of coming up to Clearfield and Winter and Colum. So a couple of areas here now need to be watched as this area moves to the northeast and this one kind of moves eastward. Winter and Column is kind of your areas to watch, and possibly Ideal and Hamel. Kiapaha. Is that right? Kiapaha. That was close. I was just... My German accent, I can't say some of these words because my tongue just doesn't want to do it. All right, so watching this area southwest of Winter, coming up to Cologne. These areas moving to the northeast at about 60 miles per hour. And then we've got this other area with rotation starting to tightening up now north of Mosher. And it looks like that's kind of heading east. So ideal Hamel, maybe just north of there, but close to you guys is sort of maybe the two areas I'd be watching, along with the strong winds that are still associated with this heading into Presho and Kennebec. We still got a little bit of rotation left north of Presho, but that's looking a little bit better as time continues to move on here. And then, we've got the strong winds continuing sort of on the back side of this, kind of a little bit more on the north side of this as well. But the tornado threat is looking a little less likely at this point, but still we've got plenty of strong winds in there. And then sort of the new areas we're watching is just north of Mosher, and then coming up just right around Clearfield out at this point. Close. And we're kind of coming up to that Chamberlain, Plankinton area. I kind of been sort of eyeballing that all night, and I said by that point we'll see where we're at and we'll see what happens. So we're getting close now. This northern edge storm, there's still plenty of wind at that. We still need to be watching out with these strong winds that's moving into Presho and Kennebec, as well as the areas just north of there. Maybe this area north of New Witten might be taking a little bit of a left turn. So areas north of Ideal, maybe Lyman and Kennebec as well, Reliance. So we'll just keep an eye on this area. And then right over Clearfield at this point, just a few areas that if you're out ahead of these storms, just take cover, get in your lowest part of your building, and just take the precautions and do what needs to be done with those when these storms approach your area. So make sure you're taking cover, move to a basement, into your room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building, and avoid the windows. And if you're outdoors in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. So these are sort of the areas we're watching: Winter, Colombe, and then north of New Witten, probably heading just in between New Witten and Presho. Yeah, it's still taking sort of an easterly path here. And then this one further south, kind of rotating north and east. So Colum maybe looks like at this point, this area concern would be heading just south of Winter. These areas just continue to blast eastward into Kennebec. And some strong winds moving into New Witten in winter. So if you're out into the Chamberlain Burke area, you guys gotta be watching out. Probably be taking shelter here shortly, and then maybe into Wessington Springs. I think Highmore, you're going to be close. You might be on the far northern edge of some of these storms, but for sure, Kennebec, Chamberlain, Winter, Burke, Wessington Springs, kind of in the immediate areas at this point. No, Twin Cities will not see any severe storms anyway. You might have a few thunderstorms in the early morning hours, rush hour time, but nothing severe. I don't think 5%. No, not at this point. Like I said, as we've been expecting this area to decrease. I said once it kind of reaches into that Chamberlain, that Missouri Valley area, I think, eventually these storms will lose some of its punch. And especially, like I said, they're kind of running into areas with some rain now. We've got this area spinning up, so areas in Cologne just need to be a little mindful of this storm right now, as it did kind of develop here, and it's just right along. Let's go back to this here. We'll zoom back out. Still just kind of along some of that 850, that low level jet. Now it's starting to nose a little bit into northern parts of South Dakota. So we do have some of these areas that they're not severe warm. It's just a special weather statement. And so these are moving east at about 46 with hail under an inch and 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So they're kind of running into some of that low level jet at that point, and that's going to help aid some of these along the North Dakota, South Dakota border. Not expecting anything too widespread severe there. But notice where this wind is. So it's starting to move sort of beyond where the main low level jet is expected to develop through the overnight hours. Now, the other thing is it's losing a little bit of its cape as it continues to move eastward as well. So, we've been sort of looking at this area at this point, the center part of the watch area, and then just kind of see how things develop beyond that. But yep, we've got this area kind of southwest of Cologne that needs to be watched. Nothing tornado warned yet at this point. Maybe this area north of New Witten, but that's looking less and less like it's got anything too tight of a rotation in there. It looks a little broader now, so that's good. Then just the general area of some stronger winds moving into Prešov and Kennebec. So kind of doing what we've been saying. It's just, man, it's been hanging north of Murdu forever. But it's finally starting to move eastward. And so we just got a couple of areas we need to watch here over the next little bit. And I think we'll continue to see these storms decrease. No, my chair is not comfortable. But yeah, I wish I had a little better chair to sit in, but it is what it is at this point. Okay. The Twin Cities have a marginal risk tomorrow. There's going to be some storms that could move through, like I said, in the morning hours, but nothing at all like what we're seeing here. It'd be at the bottom of the severe scale, so not overly concerned with anything moving through the Twin Cities through the morning hours. This area southwest of Cologne now looking a little broader, probably. So that's good, but still some strong winds associated with this. As it comes up to winter in Cologne and areas just south of there, come just along the Nebraska border as well. Looking like we've got some pretty strong winds pushing east northeastward with that. We continue to have this tornado warning a little bit further north. That's valid for just a few more minutes. I can't imagine they would continue that one. I guess it would surprise me a little bit. I think at this point we're looking at just the strong winds now moving either side of the interstate area. North of the interstate, probably about 30 miles, and south 40 miles or so, as we continue to watch this line move to the east. And then we've got this area with some stronger winds coming up to winter in Cologne, as this cell came out of Nebraska, died off right before, and then picked up a little bit of steam now. Everybody's been saying, yeah, there's been a lot of talk about the lightning that's been associated with these storms, and it has been crazy. Definitely seen, you guys out there, if you've experienced the storm, you've seen a lot of lightning with these. There's a shot by Steve Polly, Storm Chase Guy. Quick phone shot to Supercell near Phillips, South Dakota this evening. That's pretty neat. That's a pretty neat little picture there. A lot of those, a lot of shelf clouds. I haven't, of course, haven't seen anything lately just because of it is dark out there. Brookings, it'll be close for you guys. It'll be late tonight at this point. I mean, we're coming up on midnight. I mean, that'll be probably 3 a.m. or maybe even later than that. So there's possible that some of these storms could remain just on the low end of the severe side. So we're talking 60 mile per hour winds, maybe an inch hail. But they are, we are expecting these to decrease as they continue to move eastward here through the overnight hours. So, yeah, there is some hail associated with this, especially areas south of Presho, where it looks like we might have up to 2 inches of hail. And then maybe just right around Pier, maybe right around an inch or so. It looks like we had a little bit of an area that just increased enough over Pier that unfortunately it looks like they're going to be getting some hail now. That just kind of popped up there on the north end. But those two areas, probably about, maybe an inch, maybe 2 inches in between New Witten and Presho. Otherwise, everything else is looking like it's just sort of a wind event right now coming into Kennebec and Reliance. They dropped that tornado warning, so that's good. This area north of Ideal as well, coming up to Hamel. And then we had this area where we were looking at a little bit of rotation. That's gotten quite a bit broader now, but we're still looking at some winds rolling through Cologne, Woola, and what is that, Dallas and Gregory. So next up right now, Chamberlain, Reliance, kind of your areas, Hamel, Iona, Lyman, Lower Brule, Fort Thompson. Pierre, you actually might be getting some hail at this point, but this is sort of the main area. But unfortunately, it looks like you had a little bit of an area that just sort of popped up over you here. So you might be getting about an inch hail. Yeah. Maybe blunt, as this very north end of you kind of rotates around. You know, we're kind of watching the north end of this main line of the storm. It is kind of rotating a little bit further back, but it's very broad at that point. So, you know, the main threat continues to be these areas running through Kennebec and eventually into Chamberlain, Winter, probably Burke as well. Yeah, you know, the more and more I watch this, I guess, this area right along I-90, it might creep a little bit north here, Highmore, Miller, Huron. Would probably looking like about the northern extent. And then looks like it's going to just kind of continue eastward along Sioux Falls. The good thing is at this point, I think you know, if you have just a good shelter to go to, getting a lower, you know, you're going to be fine. Just get in the basement, and you're going to be, you know, you're just going to be fine. You know, if you do have a mobile home, it'd be, you know, probably be wise here over the next hour if you're anywhere in that Wessington Springs, Plankinton, Lake Andes, Burke, Chamberlain area. You know, just make a plan to find maybe a little bit safer spot, or maybe if you're in a camper at that point. And then I think as it continues east of there, things will continue to improve. You'll probably still see some severe Warren storms, where you're seeing 60 mile per hour winds and 1 inch hail as it moves, gets into that I-29 corridor. But you know, by and large, I think we're starting to see a little bit of a, you know, it's not quite as bad as it was earlier, and that's the good thing. That's the good thing, is it's getting better. On a campground, yeah. Everybody's the same. Well, you know, the good thing on a campground, usually hopefully you've got some rangers watching out for you, and they know what to do. Oftentimes the good thing about a campground is there's a lot of trees around now to help block the wind. Now, obviously, those trees, you know, you don't want them coming down on your camper. But really, you know, if you have a vehicle, you'll be fine in the vehicle. You know, vehicle is less susceptible to tip over than a camper. So, I would think at the very least, if you're somewhere where these storms are coming, maybe just hang out in the vehicle until the worst of it passes. If that's kind of your only option, if there's no other good shelter. Yeah, camping's always a tough one. I used to go camping quite a bit when I was younger. We had some storms roll through, man, and they were scary as a kid for sure. Never had anything bad happen to us, but that there's a reason why I started watching the weather, why I became a meteorologist, and that's one of them, because we used to go camping, and that was always a concern of mine. Lawrence, appreciate the subscribing. We're continuing to watch this area as it heads now, finally makes its way in through Kennebec and now Chamberlain, moving into Winter and Burke. We've kind of got this area just in Pier here that's probably dropping a little bit of hail up there. Some stronger winds, maybe some hail rolling through Highmore and Miller. But right now, Highmore, Wessington, Springs, Miller, Chamberlain, Burke. You guys are kind of all the areas that need to be watching for these storms right now as they continue to move eastward through the overnight hours. Sioux Falls, yeah, I mean, at this point, as I'm taking a look at this, I think we'll probably be seeing some severe weather run through there. Exactly how bad's going to be hard to depict, but I guess I've been saying for all night that it's probably going to be more on that lower end. But with that said, that it can take down some branches and stuff here and there. But it does look like some of these stronger winds are trying to decrease some as it pushes eastward. So even the vertical, the VIL here is decreasing quite a bit. So we're watching these storms as they move eastward. The cloud tops, I mean, they're still there. They're still got some pretty good cloud tops, but there's some unorganization to it. Instead of just this one main blob that's just blasting off. So that's good. Then of course you got this area moving into northwestern parts of South Dakota as well. That's going to be tapping into that low-level jet. Maybe bringing some small hail and some gustier winds along the borders there, but yep, yeah, trucks. I mean, sometimes if all else fails, if you have no other shelter, if you're in a camper, if you're in a tent, just go in your truck. They're just less light, or even if you have nowhere to go, and you're in a something like that, just they're lower to the ground, so they're not going to be as susceptible to blowing over. Right, I think we're going to make a switch here. Or not. All right, transition over to the Sioux Falls radar here. Yeah, and as I talk about these storms off in the northwest, of course, we do get a severe thunderstorm warning. 77-mile-per-hour wind gusts, so some decent storm rolling through there, heading towards Bison. So that's obviously tapped into that low-level jet for now. We'll get a little bit stronger, gustier winds there. What weather product do you use? Well, I use GR Analyst, and then those are the radars that I watch. Yeah, Brookings. You're gonna be close. You're right now. I think you'll be on the north end of everything. I'm still kind of waiting to see if this takes maybe just a little bit of a left hook, but boy, it's Brookings is going to be close as far as the severe weather goes. Let's see. Yeah, and you know, if a mobile home can take I would think it can take a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. We live in the Dakotas. We see those in the winter time a lot of times. So, I guess at this point I wouldn't be too concerned in Brookings. You're going to be kind of on that far northern edge, and I don't think that's not going to see the strongest winds. So yeah, I think Brookings at this point you're looking okay. We'll just kind of focus on that Chamberlain, Wessington, Plankinton, Burke, and then coming up to Lake Andes now. It's looking better, guys. Kind of in that area we've been talking about here tonight. We've got a new severe thunderstorm warning out for the just along the South Dakota border until 12:45 for western Charles, Mix County, Gregory County, and southeastern Brule County at 11:39. Severe thunderstorm located along a line extending from 6 miles north of Cologne to near Wawula to Springview, moving east at 45, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Radar indicated hail damage to vehicles as expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, sidings, and trees. Severe thunderstorm will be near Dallas around 11:55. Other locations include Gregory, Burke, Herrick, St. Charles, Bonesteel, Platte, Pickstown, and Geddes. So for your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. So radar indicated 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So there we are. We're kind of getting to the lower end. We're getting to the lower end of the severe thunderstorm warnings. And actually, they've allowed a lot of the stuff further north to kind of die off. All the stronger stuff is I-90 and southward. So, yeah, I think more and more I'm thinking Brookings, you're okay. I think you can go to bed. You might hear some thunder. You might hear a little bit of wind. But I think it'll be south of you. So good night, Brookings. Yeah, well, there's some areas in through here, south of Kennebec, south of Reliance. That's kind of an area. Maybe just in through Reliance, in through Cullum and Gregory. They reissued. Okay, yeah, now they reissued some of this because of maybe some stronger winds in through here. But they didn't really push it that far east. It's until 12:45, moving east at 50, 2-inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts still possible with this. But the good thing is, so we're still looking at 70-mile-per-hour, maybe 2-inch hail. They're saying. But as we kind of continue to monitor this, I think it's looking better at least. It's not looking quite as frightful. Yeah, Sioux Falls, we're sort of in the crosshairs here still for Sioux Falls. So I think, like I said, I think if there's anything, it'll be on the lower end. It'll be at that 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 1-inch hail. So still could cause some damage, but like we've been saying all night, as we get to this point, once we get to that Chamberlain area, and that's what's happening, these storms are kind of starting to lose some of its punch. Low hand, low end. Again, I'm German. Things might not come out quite as smoothly. Low end severe. Low end severe, 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter size hail. So Wessington Springs, Plankinton, Armour, Lake Andes. You guys will be kind of the next area. Eventually Mitchell here. Maybe some stronger winds here down just coming through Cologne at this point. And heading northeast of Burke. And then just north of Winter. Some of your stronger areas here. North of Winter, south of Cologne. Maybe coming into Burke. Probably have some stronger winds a little bit further north of Kennebec still at this point, lingering on. Maybe even a little bit of rotation in there as well. But nothing to be excited about at this point. At this point, I think Wessington Springs, yeah, you'll probably see some winds of 60, maybe 70 mile per hour. Huron, it'll be close. Your Huron's just going to be on the far north end of that, so you hang on for Huron, and we'll see how that happens, but it'll be close. At this point, kind of put this bag into motion. At this point, I think it'd be south of Huron. Wessington Springs still look like you could still see some wind gusts running through your area. More and more, I mean, it's looking better as we continue here throughout the night. And that's basically what we were expecting. That's what we were thinking. So, yeah, and again, if they're in a house, at this point, if you have a house, you're going to be fine. Especially if they're just hunker down a little bit. And I mean, at this point, yeah, we've got a little bit stronger winds left in there. It's even funny, we have this area off to the north here, and I think we've got some storms that are trying to die off, and the reflectivity is not much there. But we've just these storms have been so powerful that every once in a while you'll have these these wind gusts that sort of push behind it. So thankfully the rotation and stuff like that, the broad scale or the tight rotations, for the most part, everything's kind of dissipated there. So I think we're just left with some stronger winds, maybe some areas of hail, not too many. But mainly, I think we're just looking at maybe just some winds here throughout the remainder of the night. Kind of south of Highmore, south of Miller, probably. This area might make it into Highmore yet. But otherwise, I think most of it'll be south of Miller, south of Huron, probably south of De Smet and south of Brookings. And we've got this area further to the north with a severe thunderstorm warning with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail possible, moving east at 65 miles per hour. So that's some of those storms that are forming along the low-level jet, now moving across the northern parts of South Dakota, possibly moving into portions of southern North Dakota as well as we kind of get later into the night. But give me 1 second on the timeline here. So Wessington Springs, about an hour out. If you take a look at these tick marks, they're about every 15 minutes, so 15, half hour, 45, an hour. Is what we're looking at with that at this point. Yeah, this storm's been crazy. It's been a fun one to watch, that's for sure. I can't believe it either. It's, man, it got to that Phillip and Kadoka and Murdu area and just Be really interesting to hear what sort of damage came out of there through the overnight hours or through the evening here. Usually a lot of these storm reports don't come in till a little bit later, till after the fact. So just be real curious. That storm just hung there. We were watching these, and it's kind of gotten to that Chamberlain area, and it's doing what we thought. And we do have that severe thunderstorm watch out until 3 a.m. just kind of right up to that I-29 corridor. Don't think, doesn't sound like, I should double check, but I don't think they've got any thoughts of issuing anything further north. They don't, there's no mention of anything further north with that line moving across northern parts of South Dakota, so. Okay. Small hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds in Gregory. Yep, running through Burke. Yeah, and those will take down. That might be, some small branches and stuff that you'll see down with those. Appreciate it, Alicia. Thanks for the comment. That's awesome. Asked about power outages. This is kind of what we've seen here as these storms have moved east. Now, as you can see, as it continues to move east, the power outages not as much anymore. Everything was kind of back further, and there's only one person out, so you can't even really call that much of a power outage. More so back when these areas were sort of in that Murdu, Phillip area, were more the power outages have been, and then back in that Butte area as these storms kind of rolled over the north side of the Black Hills. But no, I did nothing right now. We're not really concerned much about power outages, I guess. Whoops. I lost something. All right. My apologies. Oh, well, okay. Well, they did reissue a tornado warning out there. At 12 midnight, a confirmed tornado was located west of Laurel Brule, moving northeast at 45, damaging tornado and quarter-sized hail. Weather spotters confirmed a tornado at 11:50, reported 10 miles west of Lower Brule. Let's see here. This will be near Trail Race Rec Area at 12:05, Fort Thompson at 12:10, and Lee's Corner around 12:15. Heavy rainfall may hide this tornado. Do not wait to see or hear the tornado. Take cover now. So we've got this area, wow, okay, just south of Lower Brule now that kind of spun up here on the north end of this area that just is blowing out a little bit. And so now as we get on the north side of this, we have some rotation going on just south of Lower Brule, heading to the northeast at about 45 miles per hour. So moving just south of Stefan and northwest of Gam Valley. So a little bit of a spin up there as this area took off now just to the east, getting some stronger winds once again coming in through Chamberlain. Sneaky little spin up there on the north end of this this bow echo here. So this is once again a confirmed tornado located west of Lower Brule, moving northeast at 45. Damaging tornado and quarter-size hail associated with this. At 11:50, a tornado reported 10 miles west of Lower Brule. Moving to the northeast, so Fort Thompson, Lower Brule. And then just northeast of there, south of Stefan, northwest of Gam Valley. This is kind of the area we're watching now. Yeah, that area just all of a sudden exploded eastward here over the last few frames and really picked up some steam. Heading towards Gam Valley, these stronger winds heading towards Gam Valley, Chamberlain, and eventually Wessington Springs and Plankinton. I don't think a good chance. I mean, not a good chance of a tornado. I mean, it's, you know, you get something like this that spins up quickly like this. I mean, then all bets are off. But obviously, you know, for the most part, I think we're concerned about 60-mile-per-hour winds, maybe 1-inch hail rolling through Sioux Falls. But we had this area now on the north side, sort of punching out here, and getting a rotation, getting a tornado now just near Lower Brule, moving to the northeast. Appreciate it, Raid. Yeah, we're still quite a ways out. We're still quite a ways out from Sioux Falls. We've got a lot of time left before these storms get anywhere near them. You know, at most at this point, I mean, an hour away would be Wessington Springs, probably just under an hour now. Wessington Springs, Plankton, and Armour. So Sioux Falls, you're looking at a good 2 to maybe 3 hours away still So that's quite a bit of time to let these storms kind of do their thing here and continue to sort of dissipate. That's what we've seen. Now we've had a little bit of a spin up here, just north of Chamberlain, around Fort Brule or Lower Brule and Fort Thompson, as this area kind of punched out and quickly pushed eastward. So now we've got a spin up on the north side of this. So you areas in Gam Valley, Westington Springs, Kimball, Chamberlain, Plato, Bone Steel, Herrick, Geddes, kind of all in the path within the next half hour or so, half hour to an hour is where we're expecting the timeline for these storms to roll through. So right now we got to be watching for this area north of Chamberlain, northwest of Chamberlain, still Fort Thompson, Lower Brule, as this area kind of hooks back around. Maybe maybe a slight little drop in the CC here if there's something there. Right now heading through Lower Brule and Fort Thompson. Sometimes again you get these quick little spin ups that can happen, and now you're looking at some stronger winds moving into Gamville and Chamberlain and Kimball at this point, as we watch the front line of these storms kind of push out and bow out a little bit here on the north edge. And then we'll kind of continue to watch areas as this probably continues to move northeastward into Plankinton and eventually Mitchell. Yeah, portions of far southwest. I mean, again, they could still, again, just been kind of saying all night, 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail, is kind of what I'm thinking by the time it hits there. It's kind of reaching that Chamberlain area, finally reaching that Chamberlain area where we've just been kind of watching here and see if it'll sort of begin to decrease here. And I'm watching the satellite, and that storm further to the south here is kind of merging with these areas right along I-90. So that area right along I-90 just probably continues to be the main area at this point. In between Westington Springs and Lake Andes, Burke, and north of Chamberlain. So we did have a spin up here by Lower Brule and Fort Thompson. That area is moving east at about 45 miles per hour. So possibility maybe might still see maybe a little bit of rotation in there. So we need to be careful as we head to the northeast of Fort Thompson at this point and head into Gamville and Chamberlain and Kimball. As we see a little bit of spin up that occurred with that. So we're keeping an eye on that north edge of that system. We're spun up a little tornado here as this area pushes to the east. We're looking at Wessington Springs, Plankerton, Armour, Lake Andes. You're basically next in line with these storms as they continue to push eastward here now. I'm kind of watching this southern edge here. You notice a lot of the rain, everything's kind of moving off to the northeast. And I'm kind of wondering if this area here will sort of be kind of become the southern edge will become a little more the dominant area that it's going to head to the northeast. So we'll see if it manages to just miss Sioux Falls. That's the tough thing. I mean, it's asking for areas that are just borderline tonight, and obviously the trying to give an exact location sometimes is very, very difficult, and especially when you're talking a tight window in between that Brookings and Sioux Falls area, and you're just watching, and you know it's going to decrease, and it has, but then you get these little areas that just burst out for a little bit. And cause a rotation now, for an area that needs to be watched just around that Fort Thompson area. And then, we've got some stronger winds that kind of blast out of that for a little bit. And, kind of how these storms are supposed to go. But it's a tight window. It's a tight window in between that Sioux Falls and Brookings areas. So that's why we'll say that Sioux Falls will probably see some sort of severe weather, or just be aware that there definitely is that possibility. We're still looking at a few hours out. With that said, I wouldn't be completely surprised if it missed just to the north. There's that tornado warning, or that observer witnessed a tornado looking from south from his location. Tornado was visible for a short time before becoming rain-wrapped. The observer said it appeared the tornado was moving off toward the east to the northeast direction. So somewhere within this area, probably just south of Fort Thompson at this point. I mean, look, it's getting pretty hard to tell. But there's still possibility of some rotation within that. At the very least, we're looking at some strong gusty winds moving into Gamville and Wessington Springs and Kimball, moving through Chamberlain right now. Outside? No, don't go outside under a tree. That's not good. Not good advice. Don't listen to that. Absolutely. Yep, 100% be in your basement. You'll be fine. That's absolutely you're going to be just fine with this. We're watching this little area that spun up, this area that just is pushing out now quickly, has a little bit of a spin up on the north end of this. We've got some stronger winds moving in through Gamville, Chamberlain, eventually into Kimball, White Lake, Platte, and Gettys. But absolutely, if you're in a basement, you're going to be just fine. You're going to be just fine. Yeah, it's the areas, it's the it's the people that obviously have the mobile homes that are always a concern. People that are out camping. Um, that's why it's just best, if these storms are coming towards you right now, Plankton, Weston, Armor, Lake Andes. If you are in a mobile home or in a camper, just be wise, just to find some good shelter, and hopefully you got something you can get to. But we got to continue to watch this area by Fort Thompson, heading to the northeast, and then a good line of strong winds pushing out along this line that's just kind of gusted up here over the last 20 minutes now. Been a crazy night. Been just a weird. These storms have been interesting to watch, to say the least. Just kind of poking around right now and seeing if there's anything else I can find out there. Shoot. Shoot. All right. Let's see here. All right, so continue to watch this area, just kind of in that Fort Thompson area. Possibly a little bit of rotation left in with that as that continues to push east. Otherwise, we've got some strong winds moving in through Gam Valley, Puckwana, eventually into Gimbel and Wessington Springs and White Lake. So right now, Wessington Springs is about 30 to 40 minutes out. Gam Valley, less than 15. As we head a little bit further south, Here we've got in between Corsica and Stickney, probably within that 35 to 40 minute range. And then possibly coming up to Mitchell in about another hour and 15. But yeah, we did have this area that had a observed tornado west of Lower Brule. As this area kind of started to bow out, and the north edge of these QLCSs, that's what happens. We get some spin ups. You know, I would think right now, so south of Fort Thompson would be sort of the area to watch still, if there is anything out there. Maybe a little bit of a rotation still showing up with that. But otherwise, you know, again, we'll keep an eye on the strong winds rolling through Gam Valley and Kimball. Looks like it's kind of run through Chamberlain at this point. Looks like we had a 70 mile per hour wind gust, 69, 3 southeast of Reliance. See, Chamberlain has a wind gust of 46 miles per hour. And then we've got this larger severe thunderstorm warning out for western Davison County, Aurora County, Charles Mix County, southeastern Gregory County, Douglas County, and southeastern Brule County until 1:30 a.m. Central Time. This area is moving east at about 50 miles per hour, so it's a 70 mile per hour wind gust possible with quarter-size hail. Trained weather spotters, and then is the source of this. So they're not saying... Yeah, so there has been 70 mile per hour wind gusts associated with this still. This will be near New Holland around 12:40 a.m. Other locations include Geddes, Harrison, Aurora Center, Lake Andes, Pickstown, Corsica, Stickney, Plankton, Riviera, Amore, Mount Vernon, and Delmont. So for your protection, move to an interior room at the lowest floor of a building at this point as these storms now begin to move. Take that little bit of a northeasterly direction now and move in through Platte, Geddes, Corsica, Armour, Stickney, Plankinton. You're kind of in that main area. Probably should watch this north edge now of north of BU Hills. And that would be, I guess, if we're concerned about any type of spin up, that would be kind of the area to watch. We still kind of have this area just around that Fort Thompson and Lower Brule area as well, where we still have that tornado warned area. So maybe just a couple of areas to watch here over the next few minutes. Hopefully I don't have to moderate. Everybody's been pretty good tonight. And that's nice to see. Don't need any garbage on this channel. Let's keep the garbage somewhere else. But yeah, in this area north of BU Hills, north of Academy, south of Kimball. And then yeah, they're continuing this tornado warning a little bit longer. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Etbauer Hill, or 14 miles east of Fort Thompson, moving northeast at 50. Tornado and quarter-size hail. They're saying radar indicated at this point. Danger storm will be near Gan Valley around 12:35. Other locations include Rose Hill Dam. So yeah, still some rotation associated with this coming up on Gam Valley at this point. And maybe even a little bit by Fort Thompson still. North edges of these QLCSs, of these echoes, bow echoes, sometimes they'll get you. Then you've also kind of got this area now Like we said, northeast of Bayou Hills. That probably would also bear watching for a little bit here. So coming up on Wessington, eventually, Gam Valley, White Lake, Kimball, Plankinton, Stickney, Corsica, Platte, Geddes. Again, kind of all areas we've been talking about here for a while. So it shouldn't come as a surprise at this point. So Gam Valley, that's the area to watch right now. I think they're losing a little bit of that punch by Fort Thompson, but still, this is kind of the area right now that would be an area of concern. There was a tornado earlier west of Fort Thompson, or west of Lower Brule, as these storms all of a sudden begin to push eastward a little bit quicker. Probably should keep an eye on this area between Kimball and Bayou Hills for the same type of scenario right now. But otherwise, we've got some strong winds pushing into Gam Valley, Wessington Springs, Plankinton, Stickney, Corsica. Basically, all you guys in through here that need to be just making sure we're taking our shelter at this point. Yeah, I'm just looking at some of the models, and man, they've had a hard time with this system. So it's very much you got to know what to look for. But when it comes to actually forecasting how some of these storms were supposed to move, especially with this big MCS that's now rolled through most of the state here on the southern half of the South Dakota. The convective models just didn't really do a great job with it. I didn't think. All right, Gam Valley, we're still kind of watching you as this area rotation now is moving through your area. As this area kind of continues to sort of bow out and move to the northeast at this point. Eventually coming up to Wessington Springs here in the next half hour, maybe less. We're probably expecting some pretty strong winds to move through that area. Moving through Kimball at this point, and eventually moving into White Lake, Plankinton, Stickney, and Corsica. So yep, moving into Gam Valley, this area here, and then coming up to Wessington here very, very shortly. We're probably within 30 minutes or less. And then up to White Lake, we've got these stronger winds moving into Kimball and White Lake. Then you've got these another stronger area here a little bit further to the south. Maybe a little bit of rotation here just south of Gimbal that, again, continues to bear some watching. But this area moving into Aurora Center and New Holland and eventually Plankerton, Stickney, maybe Corsica. You may be kind of on the south end there. But basically kind of two areas to watch here. We got this storm down at the south with maybe a little bit of rotation just south of Kimball. And then we've got this area just around Gam Valley at this point. Miles east of Geddes, a little bit of, it did take more of a north turn. Yep, a little bit. Yep, take a little bit of a north turn. It's going to be tight. It's going to be tight in between some of these areas. Sioux Falls, you're going to be right on the south edge. Brookings, you're going to be close. It's going to be tight in through here. So these storms continuing to move east now. So we still, we still have some wind gusts of 70 miles per hour and nickel size hail. So the hail's getting a little, not as much. We're still just dealing with the winds moving east at about 45 miles per hour is how fast some of these storms are now moving east at about 45. So just that Huron, you're just going to be on the far north edge. It's going to be real close. Definitely coming up to Wessington Springs now here shortly. And then eventually Plankerton, White Lake, Stickney, Mount Vernon, Lechner, and Mitchell, Corsica as well. And so we're kind of fitting it in a tight window in through here at this point. So the area is getting smaller, so that's good. And then we also have this area rotation just right around Gam Valley at this point that's continuing to move to the northeast. Kind of an area that needs to be watched. Maybe even an area east of Fort Thompson still that would bear a little bit of watching. And then maybe the north side of this particular little Boeing segment here just south of Kimball. Maybe a little bit of rotation showing up there. If you've noticed, I've gotten quieter. I do have a daughter who sleeps right below me, and she gets quite crabby if I'm too loud. So if I suddenly sounded like Bob Ross, that's why. Because I might have a crabby daughter. Yeah, west of Platte. I guess I wouldn't really be concerned, I guess, at this point west of Platte. The areas I guess I would be concerned about is this area south at Kimball. And then this area, again, kind of the Gam Valley area would be maybe the two little areas, the north end of these Boeing segments is sort of the areas I would mainly be watching out for. So south of Kimball, coming up to White Lake and Plankinton. If we're concerned about rotation, that'd be kind of the areas. And then maybe Wessington Springs at this point would be kind of the area that I'd be watching out for as well. That's typical where that's typically where we're going to be finding these. If there's going to be any kind of rotation, any type of brief touchdown, that's where we'd be looking. Otherwise, we're looking for sure. We're going to be looking at some stronger winds, 70-mile-per-hour winds running through Wessington Springs, Alpena, Woodsocket, eventually Lechner, Plankinton, White Lake, Mount Vernon, and Stickney. New Holland, Aurora Center running through you right now. Corsica is going to be close. I think as we get further south into Gettys and Lake Andes, it's looking a lot better for you guys down there. Most of the stronger winds seem to be New Holland, Platte, Harrison, and northward. Now, you might be able to make a case of something maybe just around Aurora Center. But basically all you guys out in through here at this point should be taking shelter and making sure you're finding a good sturdy home at this point, or make sure you stay away from the mobile homes. Mobile homes you don't want to be in. Campers don't want to be in. So if you can find some kind of sturdier shelter, that'd be great. Especially watching these storms a little bit further to the north. Wessington Springs, Alpena, Lechner, move through Kimball. And then Stickney, Plankinton, and Corsica, Mount Vernon, White Lake. Those are kind of the areas of concern right now. So we're narrowing it down. That's the good thing. We continue to, I think, narrow down the area. But there's still a good amount of wind in with this that continues to need bear watching here over the next 45 minutes to an hour. And then just these little areas of rotation, maybe northeast of Gam Valley now. Maybe a little bit northwest of Gam Valley. And then this area coming up to White Lake. Possibly even Aurora Center. I guess if we'd be looking for any sort of rotation, those would be at Aurora Center, southwest of White Lake, somewhere in that northeast of Gam Valley and maybe even a little bit northwest as well. But we have these strong winds heading eastward into Wessington, Alpena, Virgil, White Lake, Woonsocket, Plankinton, Mount Vernon, Stickney. I'm getting tired. I think it's time to throw on the readers. I do really appreciate everybody who's tuned in tonight, everybody who's given the old thumbs up, anybody who's subscribed. I appreciate that quite a bit. If you want anybody else to make sure they're seeing this channel, give it a thumbs up, give it a share. Let them know that we're continuing to watch this here for a little bit as this continues to push eastward here. I do just, I watch the Dakotas in Minnesota. That's kind of my area that I just kind of stick with. I live in North Dakota, lived in Minneapolis for a number of years. So it's my area that I'm keeping an eye on. I'll be doing forecasts for and such. And usually, you know, when it moves out of those areas, I stop paying attention. I'll let somebody else worry about it. But yeah, I live and work around here as well. There we go. Now, yep, they issued this tornado warning now. Southwestern Davison's County, southern Aurora County at 12:45. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight line wind damage located over Aurora Center or 12 miles south of Plankinton, moving northeast at 60. Radar indicated tornado flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damaged roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. These dangerous storms will be near Stickney around 12:50, and other locations will be Mount Vernon. Take cover now, move to a basement or an interior room at the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. And if you are outdoors or in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter to protect yourself from flying debris. So Aurora Center, this is kind of the area they're looking at right now. A little bit of a couplet rolling through there. We've got kind of an RFD poking out, a little bit of a inflow notch showing up somewhat in through there. So that's what they're looking at. Maybe a little bit of a rotation still south of White Lake. And it looks like this area is not quite as impressive. It's looking more outflow dominant at this point. But with that said, you never know. Maybe this area northeast of Gam Valley, west of Wessington, could have a little brief spin up still. So Wessington Springs, you need to be in your safe spot at this point, as well as Alpena and Woonsocket. So Wessington and Lane and Alpena and Woonsocket. This area of straight line winds is heading towards you, as well as you may still have a little bit of rotation left in there. Maybe even north of Gan Valley a little bit still. But still certainly some strong winds moving through there. And then you've got this area just east now of Aurora Center, heading towards Stickney. And then this area south of White Lake. So 2 tornado warnings. One that's, I think the area is kind of getting out of the tornado warning, and then this newly issued one, Aurora Center. Heck, it might even be just north. There might even be a little area north of Aurora Center at this point. But watch out for Stickney and just south of Plankinton, and eventually moving into Mount Vernon. I would say at this point, Mitchell, you're going to be looking at some strong winds moving through you. Let's see here. Mitchell, we're looking at 35 to 40 minutes before those storms kind of roll through there. You know, I like the Corn Palace and all, but I wish they would maybe move the camera so it's not directly pointed at it. Would like to see something else. What does gypped mean? It means they're going to miss out. I guess they want strong storms, but he's betting Sioux Falls will not. Gypped means they're going to miss out. All right, so watching this area southwest of Stickney, maybe even north of Aurora Center now. So south of Plankinton. Maybe a little bit of rotation just south of White Lake, and then as we head a little bit further north, coming up on Wessington Springs. So this area in Wessington Springs now, we're just west of there, would need to be watching. Could see a little bit of rotation in through there. So just Huron's going to be close. Probably Alpena, Letcher, Mitchell, Ethan. Ethan, you're going to be just on the south edge of this, maybe Alexandria. Like I said before, we're kind of tightening up that space. We're kind of, it's getting close to Sioux Falls. It might run just north, and it's going to be close to Brookings. I mean, Mitchell, it's out there a little ways, so we'll see. We'll see what happens. But just, you know, be in a safe spot at this point. You know, I think just if you're just prepared and you're in your basement, you're in your sturdy building, you know, you're in a good shelter, you're going to be fine. Just make sure you're in a basement of a good building and away from the windows. You know, and that's the best you can do. Just don't you know, you want to stay away from the mobile homes, and you want to stay away from the campers, and you want to stay away from the outbuildings such as the Quonsets and the sheds. But generally, homes, you know, just do what you can to prepare, and you know, that's the best thing you can do. So, you know, when you're looking at this southwest of Plankinton, this area here, coming up to Stickney, there's another area, maybe just south of White Lake, although that's looking a little broad at this point. So a couple of areas here that worth bear some watching. And then this area west of Wessington Springs as well. No, no, Wahpeton. I don't believe so. I think these storms in Rapid City or northwestern parts of South Dakota should stay in, you know, I mean, I don't know that it'll make it that far east, I guess. I don't think it'll make it into Wahpeton as far as the severe weather goes. Yeah, so we're looking at, some 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, maybe even more, maybe even 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts heading towards Stickney, Plankinton, Mount Vernon. Mitchell, it's going to be close. This area is kind of building to the north and east here. But some real strong winds moving through Stickney and Plankinton, maybe some rotation just northwest of Stickney, southwest of Plankinton. And then we've got these strong winds of 70, maybe even 80 mile per hour running through Wessington Springs. Yeah, we're really, seeing some strong winds. Roll through Stickney and Mount Vernon, where we're looking at maybe the possibility of 70 mile per hour winds running through there, but then we also have the threat of maybe some rotation just north of Stickney, maybe south of Plankinton as well. Possibly just northwest of Wessington as well would be kind of an area to keep an eye on. Yeah, this area right now, right around Stickney, right around Plankinton, heading towards Mount Vernon. That's those are the kind of the two areas about to come up to I-90, just west of Mitchell. And then this elongated area of some stronger winds heading through Washington right now, making its way to Alpena and Woonsocket. Maybe a little bit of rotation northwest of Wessington still, as these storms continue to move to the east, maybe taking a little bit of a northerly direction at this point. But Mitchell, Ethan, Letcher, Alpena, Wessington Springs, Woonsocket, all you guys should be about ready to take shelter here, and especially those of you down close to this tornado warning at this point. So again, potential tornado over Stickney or 7 miles southeast of Plankinton, moving northeast at about 55 miles per hour. Mobile homes may be damaged roofs, windows, and vehicles could occur. Tree will occur. Tree damage is likely with these storms as they continue to move off to the north and east. So Stickney and then Plankinton moving towards Mount Vernon is basically where we're looking at this point. And then these strong winds moving into Wessington, Alpena, Virgil. Huron's gonna be close right now. You're still north of the main action, but it's gonna be close. And eventually coming up on Letcher, Mitchell, Ethan. And I think at that point everything's gonna be north of Ethan, the way it's starting to look at this point. Maybe Dimmock. But yeah, we need to be taking our shelter here in Mitchell. This area is really looking interesting as it really kind of starting to push northeastward here very, very quickly. So Mitchell, Fulton, Alexandria, Ethan, Letcher, Artesian, you guys need to be taking shelter here real quick, as these storms are now moving east-northeast at about 45 miles per hour. And Sioux Falls, you're going to be close. You're going to be close with these storms. Definitely rolling through Mitchell, possibly Howard, Madison, Dismet and Brookings. You're going to be close with some of these storms as well as they continue to move to the east. So Stickney, north of Stickney, and then maybe just east of Plankinton right now. Those are sort of the two areas to watch as far as the possible rotation. At the very least, you're going to be looking at some strong winds just blasting through those areas at this point. And then also we've got a little bit of a couplet northwest of Wessington still that needs to be monitored, and that continues to kind of move off to the northeast. So Alpena, you got to be kind of watching maybe even Virgil at this point. Doesn't appear that they're going to reissue any kind of tornado warning at this point, so I think they're just letting this one run out. With that said, I mean, there still might be a little bit of rotation in this, but there's definitely going to be some strong winds running through Alpena, Woonsocket, Lechner, Mount Vernon, Mitchell, Artesian, and then we continue to have some areas possibly of rotation just south or northeast of Stickney, and then just east of Plankinton as well. So a lot of these, a lot of these warnings are going to be reissued. They're going to continue on. They're going to continue on off to the north and east. We'll see if they manage to reissue this warning or not. There continues to be a little bit of rotation now in between Stickney and Mount Vernon. But guys, just take precautions. It's going to be fine. As long as you're as long as you're in a good building, and if you're in the lower part of the building away from windows, that's just do what you need to do, and just take the precautions, and that's the only thing, and it'll, most times it's going to work out. So do the things that are right, do the things that we've been telling you all night. Just take those precautions, just get into a basement and a good sturdy home, avoid the windows. And if you're outdoors or in a mobile home, just move to the closest substantial shelter. And you do those things, and you'll be fine. Yeah, Sioux Falls is it's close. It's looking right now like this is going to run north. The worst of it's going to run north of Sioux Falls. So that Mitchell, Howard, Madison, Salem area, Brookings is going to be close. Kind of in through here is sort of the area to watch here over the next hour or two. Hey, Mr. Twigs, where are you? Mitchell, west side. Okay. Yep. I mean, these storms, they're coming your way. Just, I mean, you probably got another 15 minutes or so before these storms roll through your area. So yeah, we're watching this area. We just continue to watch this area south of Mount Vernon. So I mean, it's coming up to you, but just as long as you're in your laundry room, if you're in your shelter, we've got about another 15 to 20 minutes before these storms kind of move into your area. So, you're doing the right thing, and then you're taking the shelter and you're doing what you need to, and that's good. And we'll continue to watch this as it gets closer here. But just you're fine. You're doing the right thing. So we're watching these storms. Mount Vernon, Loomis, Mitchell, Lechner. Coming up to Wessington Springs, Woonsocket. But really, kind of this area, Woonsocket, Lechner, Mitchell, Mount Vernon. These are the areas that need to be watching right now and be taking cover, and make sure you're in a good sturdy shelter and in a basement at this point. We do have a couple of areas that bear some watching. Southwest of Mount Vernon, maybe even a little bit further south of there now. Maybe some rotation in with that. And these areas are kind of moving east-northeast. So Mitchell and Loomis need to be taking shelter here. And then eventually Lechner, Storla as well. But right now, this is the main area that we need to continue to watch here over the next few minutes. we'll fix that. 1 second. Doing things on the fly once again. That's always good. But we'll put Mitchell up in the corner here. All right, yep, running through Lechner, Artesian, Mitchell, Fulton, Alexandria, Ethan, Dimmock. Yeah, these that's the heaviest part of the storm right now. Basically, kind of outlining this the bow echo, the bowing segment here. So they're pushing that off to the north and east. So for Davison County, southern Sanborn County, Minor County, western McCook, Hanson County, northern Hutchinson until 2 a.m. These areas are moving east at about 50 miles per hour with the hazards of 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roof sidings and trees. These will be near Mitchell, Letcher, or Loomis around 120 and Dimmock around 125. Other locations include Ethan, Artesian, Fulton, Alexandria, Fedora, Farmer, Roswell, Emory, Villas, Howard, Bridgewater, Spencer in McCook County, and Canova and Salem. So they are saying moving east at 50 with 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Yeah, the main areas to watch: Mount Vernon, Loomis, Mitchell, and Storla would be kind of the main areas to watch at this point. Doesn't pay to be scared. Doesn't pay to be scared. Just, you know, if you're just in the lowest part of your building, you know, you'll be fine. These storms are rolling through. And believe it or not, they are losing some of its punch as they continue to move east, and that's basically what we thought. You know, that's what we've been thinking all night. As they move east, they're going to lose some of its punch. Now, you still have a couple of areas of rotation that just bear a little bit of watching south of Mount Vernon, right? But as these continue to move east, the area of concern kind of continues to decrease as we go into the night. And so now we've got this area now from Howard to Salem to Mitchell. That's the area to basically watch. Coming up to Madison, it's going to be in between Sioux Falls and Brookings. We've got just a little bit. Let's see here. Got just a few more minutes for this tornado warning to expire here. It expires at 1:15. And then as these storms now continue to move north and east and into Mount Vernon and Mitchell and Lechner, Fulton, and Ethan, those are kind of the areas to be watching for at this point. Yep, don't get scared. Just be proactive. That's all you got to do. I'm sure your parents are going to hear the thunder. There's been plenty of lightning with this all night. My dad, I lived out in a farm, and I always woke up before him. And, of course, my room was upstairs, was on the second level. Yep, when Dad woke up, then you knew it was time to just think about it a little harder. But dads are always the last one to wake up. But just, and man, if you're young, there, I mean, if you love, there's nothing wrong with just climbing in with mom and dad a little bit if you're a little nervous. Now, if you're 18, that might be a little weird. But, you know, I don't know. There's just, parents just seem to know sometimes. They just do. And so, you know, when they get up, then you know, okay, they'll make sure you're protected. But like I always said, I don't know. Don't be afraid to crawl in with them either. Let's see here. We're getting awfully close here to the end of this tornado warning. Maybe a little bit of rotation here, just southeast of Mount Vernon. Looking a little... that's kind of the area right now to watch. So just in between Mount Vernon and Mitchell, as that area kind of continues to surge to the north and east. Yeah, and in this area is just, that's the main area of concern. It's just bowing out a little bit here across Mount Vernon, heading towards Mitchell, heading towards Loomis, Ethan, eventually Fulton and Alexandria. So that's where, yeah, okay. So then they let that, I believe they let that expire now. I'm losing that. I'm losing the Corn Palace. It blew all the corn off the palace. Well, there's some lightning starting to show up now. Never been to the Corn Palace. I don't know if it's an area I need to visit or not, but yeah, it looks like they did allow that tornado warning to expire. Still just a little bit of rotation in with some of that, but overall, we're just kind of concerned about the winds now. Basically, from Storla to Mount Vernon, heading into the Mitchell, Loomis, Letcher area. And so that's why we have this larger severe thunderstorm warning out. It says 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. So we kind of plot this out, 15 minutes just north of Fulton, 30 minutes, maybe to 40 minutes Canova. There's 45, and then Madison within an hour or so. We're looking at these storms heading towards you. A little bit of rotation in there, just east of Storla. So Letcher, just need to be extra cautious here. We got a little bit of area that's got some rotation associated with this at this point. Maybe some broader stuff a little bit further north. But overall, continue to watch the area mainly from Lechner and Artesian. Okay, we didn't update this. Trained weather spotters said winds of 65 miles per hour reported between Mount Vernon and Mitchell at 1:15. So they upgraded it to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail instead of 60. Again, moving east at 50 miles per hour. So upgraded it a little bit to 70. They had it at 60, and we have a report out there of 65 mile per hour wind gusts in between Mitchell and Mount Vernon. So Mitchell, it's about there now. Coming up to Loomis, a little bit of rotation here between Storla and Lechner. Maybe even southwest of Loomis a little bit. But basically all you guys in Lechner, Loomis, Mitchell, you should be in your safe spot right now. In the lowest part of your building into a basement is the best place to be and away from windows. And although a tornado is not immediately likely, it's best just to move the interior room and the lowest floor of the building, as these storms may cause some serious injury and significant property damage as they continue to move off to the northeast. So there you go. You got a little bit of rotation in there by Lechner, maybe just west in between Mitchell and Mount Vernon. At the very least, we're looking at wind gusts possible of 70 miles per hour through Mitchell, Fulton, Letcher, Artesian, Roswell. Over glorified gym. I guess I don't even know what's in the Corn Palace. The good thing, I'm just going to quickly show you the satellite here. We just have a little bit of an area here, and I think that's our main area that we're kind of watching here. That still has some pretty decent colder tops in with it. But the good thing, you notice it's turned from all that black, and it's on the decrease. And like I said, that's basically what we were looking for. Kind of what we've been thinking here tonight. We just got to hang on for a little bit yet as we see these winds kick in through Mitchell and Loomis and Lechner for a little bit longer here into Fulton and Alexandria. So I do think, again, the area is getting smaller that we need to continue to watch. Maybe even Woonsocket, we'll say further north into Woonsocket, Alpena. Still some probably stronger winds up there as well. Maybe even a little bit of rotation, but I think the main area, if we're gonna watch something, would be this area west of Letcher right now. Looks like Huron, you're gonna miss it. Might see a little bit gustier winds pick up, but for the most part, it looks like it's the for sure the worst of you will be, south of you. Yeah, man. Sioux Falls is it's still kind of, it's close. It's going to be close for Sioux Falls. Yeah, I'm not going to completely rule out Sioux Falls yet, as far as severe weather rolling through. So there's still enough south of I-90 that it could affect portions of Sioux Falls. So It's going to be close. It's trying to make that left turn a little bit yet. But I think eventually Howard, Madison, maybe even Brookings will probably be more so in the direct path of this area here. So Howard, Madison, Salem. And yeah, Brookings is going to be real close. Real close. I think Sioux Falls will be on the south end of this. Especially, I think they'll be south of the main, the worst of it. I'm sure it is. It's rolling through you right now in Mitchell. Surprisingly, there we go. Had to update that. There, it's had to update Mitchell. There, you can see it's raining pretty good. Appreciate, again, everybody that's subscribed tonight. That's awesome. Everybody that's watched, give the old thumbs up. I'd sure do appreciate it. Appreciate it quite a bit. Nah, don't do that. Whew, rolling through Mitchell now. Rolling through the Corn Palace. Oh, sometimes I don't understand these computers. They don't always do what you need to. Just your typical thunderstorm so far. Well, that's good. It's still a ways out for Brookings. So you got still got plenty of time. You're over an hour out. Well, not quite an hour out. Yeah, you're probably about an hour out, maybe a little better than for Brookings, so you still got some time there. Glad to hear Mitchell wasn't that terrible. I don't know what happened to my window capture here. Madison, you're about 45 minutes out the way it's looking right now. If we continue everything on its current path. Here we've got a report of 65 miles per hour, 6 east of Mount Vernon. So we're looking Fulton, Canova, Howard, Artesian, Carthage right now. Eventually coming up to DeSmet, Oldham, Ramona, Madison, and Salem, Spencer, Canova, Howard, Artesian. But these areas kind of out and through here within the next 45 minutes to an hour. But your immediate area right now is Fulton, Canova, Howard, Roswell, Artesian, and Carthage. You guys should be making sure you're just in a good spot as these storms roll through. Nothing imminent as far as the any type of rotation in there. But just make sure you're in a good spot. We've got storms with 70 mile per hour wind gusts possible, and quarter size hail as well. But I think for the most part, we're looking at wind gusts. We've had a few reports now around 65 miles per hour, so 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts running through areas of Canova, Howard, Roswell, Artesian, and Carthage. And I would expect at this point, Mitchell, if you're okay with what you're getting now, then the worst of it is past. So that's good. I'm glad we had a decent area move through Mitchell, and yeah, Twigs said it was okay. So So you're good. You're good after that. You're good for those of you now in Woonsocket and Alpena and Storla and Mount Vernon. You know, anybody basically along this and west of this line at this point. You're good to go for. You're good to go with these storms. We do have a little bit left here, a little bit further north, and we're still getting some winds of 55, maybe an isolated 77, but overall they're saying a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and penny-size hail, moving east at 55 miles per hour. So the area is running through northern parts of South Dakota, has a little area left here that's creating maybe 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts at times. But we're kind of continuing to watch this area: Fulton, Canova, Spencer, Howard, Artesian, Carthage. Those are the areas to watch right now in southeastern parts of South Dakota. I think Watertown, you're way too far north. Watertown's way too far north at this point. Yeah, I mean, unless this takes a harder left turn than I'm expecting, and you can see where these stronger winds are at just south of Huron, pushing into Disimet. It does look like Howard, Madison, and Brookings looks like it will run into you. But it's starting to look more and more like Sioux Falls. You're going to miss the bulk of it. This is kind of the southern edge here, the worst of it, to the southern edge of the stronger winds running through Mitchell, and then kind of running into Madison. And then you've got the northern edge up here. That could still take a little bit of a left turn, northerly turn. So I can't say for 100% that Watertown will be out, but I think at this point, it looks like it'll miss to your south. But yeah, we're right now we got to be watching out in Iroquois, DeSmet, Oldham, Carthage, Roswell, Howard, Ramona, Madison, Canova, Spencer, Salem. Those are kind of the areas right now to keep an eye on. Corn Palace wants to buffer. Good night, Twigs. All right, we'll get rid of Mitchell. Mitchell's not cooperating. Oh, there we go. A little bit of rain left in Mitchell, some lightning. But everybody, the Corn Palace is still in place. A little bit of rotation there, just north of Fulton. Just a little something there at this point. Let's see, 4 south southeast of Mitchell, 58 mile per hour wind gusts. Lane, South Dakota, 64. Yeah. All right. Well, yeah, had a little bit of rotation in there for a bit north of Fulton. But overall, we're looking at Spencer, Salem, Canova, Howard, Roswell, Carthage, maybe up to Iroquois and DeSmet. That's basically where we're looking at for some of these stronger winds to move through at this point. Yeah, I think Watertown will be too far north. Unfortunately, it's looking like it's making a beeline for Brookings now. .65 mile per hour wind gusts. Again, 6 east of Mount Vernon, 58. 4 south southeast of Mitchell. Looks like we have it at 75. There we go. In Lane, in Gerald, South Dakota. That was about 25 minutes ago, roughly. Oh, not a warning. Not a warning. Watch. Sioux Falls is in the watch. They just extended that watch a little bit to kind of move it into just touching Minnesota. So, yeah, they're just right on the edge of that watch. Continue to have these areas in the north central parts of or South Dakota as well. But it looks like oops. Yeah, just taking that left turn and maybe sort of making a beeline for Brookings the way it's looking right now. Again, just a little bit of rotation that'll show up once in a while here. But ultimately, Spencer, Salem, Canova, Howard, Carthage, Iroquois, De-Cement. Kind of the areas that should be watching the storms right now. You probably won't see much storm chasing. It's dark. You're not going to see much. You're just not going to see much. You're going to see rain and lightning. So I guess if you want to see rain and lightning, you can go out, but well, just some areas just to keep an eye on, I guess, north of Farmer, west of Roswell. But overall, I mean, just have a shelter. Just be in shelter at this point, and I think everything will be fine. You know, yeah, there's a little bit of rotation showing up in some of these spots. And yep, it's possible you might have a brief little touchdown with some of these still. Overall, the main threat it'll continue to just be the stronger straight line winds. Heading towards Salem, Madison, Howard, De-Cement, and Brookings. All right, guys. Nope, I'm not. I was just thinking, I think I'm going to step out for a bit. Because I do need to take a break. And I do have another job that is not this. So I'm gonna step away. You can see it coming towards Salem, Madison, Howard, DeSmet, and Brookings at this point. And again, just be in shelter. We haven't had any too severe as far as reports go lately. So I think if everybody's just in a good spot, you're going to be just fine. So yeah, I think I better step away here for a bit. The gods have it out for me. I step away and look what happens. They want to issue a tornado warning for this area north of Canova. So the weather gods are not cooperating with everybody tonight, are they? So around Canova, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour, radar indicated. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught outside. This will be, let's see, we're coming up on 2, so Howard around 2 and Winfred around 2:05. Other locations include Lake Herman State Park and Ramona. So a bit of rotation there. Spun up just for a bit. Looks like it's just north of Canova at this point. Sort of heading towards Winfred and Junius. Interestingly enough, that's all there is. They don't have a severe thunderstorm warning out. They just have the tornado warning out for that. At least that I see at this point. I would assume there's more coming. I would assume there's some, yeah, there's another one coming. There's another one coming. It's just not, hasn't popped up yet, but for some reason it's a little slower. If we slip over to this one, we see there is a severe thunderstorm warning now that includes Brookings. Moving northeast at 51, 51 miles per hour. Hail size less than 3/4 inch and wind gusts of 60 miles per hour. Excuse me. As these storms continue to move off to the north and east, so we're looking at Madison right around 220, Wentworth 229, Nunda 230, Flandreau right around 250. So that's kind of what we're looking at in between Dell Rapids and coming up into Brookings and Oldham as well. And there we go. Now it popped up on that one as well. And then we've got this area rotation just to the northeast of Canova at this point, heading towards Winfred and Junius. And then this larger warning area here for 60 mile per hour winds. Moving northeast of Spencer and McCook County, moving northeast at 50. Radar indicated 60 mile per hour winds. This will be near Winifred around 2:05, or Winfred. Other locations include Ramona, Oldham, Orland, Lake Herman State Park, Madison, Hetland, Nunda, Arlington, Wentworth, Sinai, Volga, Brookings, Coleman, Oakwood State Park, Egan, and Bruce. So make sure you're in an interior room and the lowest floor of the building as these storms continue to move to the northeast. And they can produce brief tornadoes along with some widespread wind damage. Although a tornado may not be imminently likely, it is best to just move into an interior room and the lowest floor of the building, because these storms could cause some damage as they move through. And again, we have this area just northeast of Canova that has a little bit of a spin up here at this point. So if you're in that Winfred and Junius area, you need to be watching out for this area. But overall, we're kind of looking at Oldham, Hetland, Arlington, Sinai, Nunda, Madison, Junius, Winfred, Ramona. Kind of in this area, we're watching basically this line right in through here as it's moving to the north and east. So they're saying 60 mile per hour winds again. So 60, maybe 70. Again, we're kind of kind of what we were thinking, just getting to the lower end of the severe weather spectrum, but still, it can cause some damage, and we just need to be mindful of these, and then just all of a sudden, once in a while, we'll get a spin up in through here, and just be in a safe spot, be in a shelter, take cover in a basement, and you'll most likely be just fine. But just take the precautions ahead of time, just to be prepared. The main area we're watching now is this area southwest of Winfred, moving east northeast at about 45 miles per hour. Heading towards Brookings, Ramona, Oldham, Sinai, Nunda, Madison, and eventually into Brookings. So right now, Madison in about 15, maybe Nunda in about a half hour, Brookings-ish, 45 minutes, and we get close to Elkton, Bushnell state line, Minnesota state line in about an hour from now. Gonna place this marker here just to give a little idea further north. Oldham, 15 minutes. Volga, Arlington, a half hour. Bruce, Brookings, 45. Toronto, about an hour. Again, but just watching this area, northeast of Canova, coming up on Winfred. Due to this tornado warned area here. Doesn't look quite as tight as it did before, but absolutely still bears watching. Still plenty of strong winds pushing on the backside of this. So at the very least, it looks like some strong damaging winds moving in through Winfred and Junius. That's going to be kind of the main area to watch at this point. Can't really see much with that, but here is Lake Madison. There's some lightning popping up in there occasionally. Up in the upper right corner. We take a look at this area southwest of Winfred, looking a little sharper now once again. Little tighter rotation showing up one more time. So Winfred, just make sure you're in a shelter, as well as Junius as well. If you're in that location, if you're in these areas, just be sure you're taking shelter, as it looks like this area kind of continues to show some rotation associated with these storms. Yeah, it's coming in. It's coming into Madison. It's getting close, so I would assume Madison's probably. I mean, they're 15 to maybe 20 minutes out. They do have some of these warnings way up to the north. And while the strongest part of the storm is obviously down in the south, uh, these storms just create systems on their own. So the northern edge of these storms likely won't be as strong, but you may see some gustier winds out of there of 60 miles per hour and some penny-sized hail on the far north end of this. But by and large, the main area to watch is going to be this stuff down here through the south, heading to Oldham, Ramona, Nunda, Sinai, Brookings, Madison, Coleman, and eventually Bruce as well. But we're watching this area just south of Winfred. So Junius, make sure you are in your shelter. Winfred, you should have been there a long time ago. And then, yeah, Madison, it's going to be awfully close. It's going to be north of, right now, kind of tracking very close to Junius, might pass just north of Madison. Whew. Been a night. It's been a night. It's been a night. This MCS just has been crazy. It just doesn't want to completely give up the ghost. I believe it's continuing to weaken. But it's just hanging on a little longer than I would have liked to. So that's how these storms are when they are so large, when they take on the life of its own. Sometimes they just persist a little bit longer than you would maybe normally expect. So. Area just south of Winifred, heading towards Junius. Looking, again, right now at this point, maybe not quite as tight, but we've already seen this sort of recycle quickly already, so we just need to continue to watch as this heads close to Junius, runs through Winifred, and kind of heads towards Madison and Lake Madison. And as we pull back, Oldham, Sinai, Nunda, Madison, Coleman, kind of all areas to watch, as this is the main part of the storm that we need to continue to watch, and eventually heading into Brookings and Flandreau, possibly even Ward, Elkton, White, and Bruce in Arlington. But this area is the main area we need to be watching as far as the strongest portion of the storm. Like I said, there are severe thunderstorm warning further to the north, and I would expect those are probably 60 mile per hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. So again, I mean, they could bring down some branches and stuff. But I think most people will be like, I've seen this before. It's probably these areas a little bit further south that might pack a bit more of a punch. Now this looking a little more unorganized, but still, just might still be something coming up on Junius at this point. Whew, we had a lot of likes. We had a lot of viewers on this. Of course, as this kind of continues to decrease and it gets later in the night, less and less people kind of become concerned. And they dropped the tornado warning with that. Little bit of rotation in here yet. That might need to be watched. But yeah, Junius, Madison, Wentworth, Roland, Ramona, Nunda, Oldham, Sinai. You guys would be kind of the main areas to watch as far as these storms go. Most likely talking 60-mile-per-hour winds, maybe a 70 out there still. And possibly some hail, but I think the main thing is going to be the winds. We'll keep an eye and just see if this spins up at all, but man, some good lightning right now running through Lake Madison. Look at the bugs out there. They're just going crazy out ahead of the storm. They don't know what to do. They're flying all over the place. Man, this storm, this has been a monster storm that blew through, well, pretty much started in eastern Wyoming. It blew north of Rapid City, kind of just north of Phillip. It just hung there for a while. Didn't want to move. Kind of in that Phillip and Ottumwa and Midland area. Now they actually have some storms running through there again, not severe. Maybe some small hail and a few gustier winds out there. But they're, once again, they have got some storms running through. I think those storms in north central parts of North Dakota, pretty much, they're on the lower end at this point. It doesn't look like much that's going to impress me out there anymore. It has been a journey. It has been a journey. Pleasantly surprised by the amount of people that found this tonight. And that is fantastic. That is great. Okay, there's a little bit of rotation there, just south of Junius. I watched the Dakotas and Minnesota. That's the areas that I just chose to watch because I live in North Dakota. I've traveled to South Dakota numerous times. Obviously, the Badlands and the Black Hills. Worked in Minneapolis for a number of years. Live in Grand Forks, which is in northeastern parts of North Dakota. So I know northern Minnesota as well. But yeah, that's just kind of the areas I watch here. So was hoping to get out a forecast, but these storms just persisted here a little more precariously than I would have liked. So we just kind of stuck with it tonight. But yeah, we just probably continue to watch this area just south of Junius. There is no tornado warning currently, but that would be about the main area to watch. So as we kind of monitor this coming up to Madison. And what did I tell you about that tight window? Tight window, Brookings, and Sioux Falls. Those are the questions I was getting. And man, it might fall. The worst part of it might fall right in between it. But just this area, watch out for Madison, guys. If you know anybody out there, just kind of give them a heads up. Might need to just take a little extra precaution. No. Typically, I don't. I mean, unless, I watch them if I think they're going to run into portions of Minnesota. I always say there's enough other guys out there that will likely cover it. I do the Dakotas and Minnesota partially because, not only live and work here and play here, but it gets looked over a little bit. Everybody gets excited when there's storms running through Iowa, so they're usually pretty well covered. So typically I don't monitor Iowa. All right, that's looking a little better now, so that's a good thing. Still a little bit of rotation in there. But for now, not looking quite as precarious. A lot of lightning showing up on the cam, though. Yeah, there's just people get excited about Iowa. They get some good storms. So anytime there's some good storms running through Iowa, you get I'll call them the bigger guns. You get the bigger guns that follow them or that take over. Of course, everybody's in bed. So there's no real good video or pictures out there lately. This was about the only one. Shelf cloud rolling into Mitchell, South Dakota. This was over an hour ago. You can see the lightning in the shelf cloud as that ran through Mitchell. And it is rolling through Lake Madison right now, the way it looks. Plenty of lightning out there. Looks like starting to rain, and the bugs continue to freak out. And we continue to have maybe just the slightest bit of rotation out there still. But overall, things looking better. They continue to these storms continue to lose its punch. And you look at the reflectivity out here, and it's not as tight. It's not as compact The reds and the yellows are very well spread out. There's no straight line anymore, so that's a good thing. It looks like it continues to weaken. Oh, let's get the transition over here. We'll just kind of continue to monitor this area now as it rolls through Madison, Wentworth, Rutland, Nunda. Kind of the areas to watch at this point. Oh, well, Sioux City. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'll look that far south. Sioux City, that's, I mean, you got the toe there, so yeah, I kind of watch it, I guess. Sioux City, that is. But yeah, that's on the edge. That's kind of on the edge of where I typically look. Yeah, it's yep, been crazy tonight. They're dying. They are. They're decreasing. Just taking them a little bit longer than maybe I would have liked to have, but they are decreasing. So we've got some of these areas. I think I think we're getting some of these areas that are on the last little breath, and so what happens is as the storms sort of collapse, if you will, or lose its punch, you get some of these areas that just sort of make a last little blast out, and so that could be what happens in through here yet. So just maybe a smaller area that needs to be watched. In that area, we could continue to see an area move eastward into southwestern parts of Minnesota. But for the most part, it's going to be a small area. It's going to be most likely the winds are going to be very, on the lower end of the severe spectrum. So. And it does sound like they are considering issuing a severe thunderstorm watch just east of this current one. So they're probably going to be taking a little bit extra precautions there. The way it's sounding. Yeah, you got it, Viking lady. That yeah, Nobody's got sirens out there. Out in the country, so they need somebody to just keep an eye on things. So yeah, there is that area further to the west, coming up on Pier, kind of north of Phillip again. Borderline, just kind of under the severe threshold, but nothing over, overly crazy at this point. So, I guess just be advised. Eventually, I'm gonna have to bug off here. But I had a lot of people from South Dakota watching throughout the night, so we'll hang on for a little bit longer here. And then we're gonna have to bug off, just because I think there probably will be some severe warnings going into southwestern parts of Minnesota. I mean, sounds like they're gonna issue a watch as well. But I think the high level threat is going to continue to wane here. So tomorrow, yeah, you can hope. You can hope that tomorrow will be quiet. Different areas will get hit tomorrow. Let's put it that way. I keep losing this, and I'll show you the latest runs here in a bit. Coming down, yeah, so I think these storms, some of them obviously will continue into western parts of Minnesota. Maybe make it into the cities, kind of towards the rush hour, maybe the back end of rush hour. Yeah, we'll call it rush hour. So obviously that's never a good thing. And then also you have airport that you got to deal with. You've got the sort of the hub of Minneapolis. That's kind of a big bank time as well, right around that time as well. So, so expecting some of these storms to run through at that point, to where you could see some smaller hail and gustier winds, and then things sort of reload. We got the possibility of some storms firing up into central portions of North Dakota and moving northeast. But really the main areas to watch once again will be probably firing off into western parts of South Dakota. And then this time, instead of moving eastward, those storms will move northeast into North Dakota. So areas in eastern South Dakota tomorrow, not so much under the gun. It's more going to be, once again, western South Dakota, but then rolling into North Dakota. Yeah, I'm sure we're going to have trouble with Lake Madison now. We'll see if the other one is, yeah, they pointed it a different direction. They didn't, they pointed it away. I don't see anything bouncing, so that's good. Means no hail, right? That camera they did not point away. Whew. All right. So there you go. We're running through Lake Madison right now, South Dakota. Heavy, heavy, heavy rainfall, obviously, with this. But that's the bulk of it. I think for the most part. I mean, they're just gonna kind of finish off with some heavy rains here. A few storms popping up down in Yankton. So it looks like Sioux Falls could see their rumble of thunder yet. Okay. Yep. We'll see. Okay. Well, I think that's where we're at here for the night. Let's just take a look at the forecast and some of the latest runs here. You can see how these storms kind of continue to move eastward. This was right, this is 7, 8, 9 a.m., 10, 11, 12. So kind of running into southeastern parts of Minnesota right around that noon hour time frame. So again, might see some severe reports continue as this moves eastward throughout the overnight hours. But I think for the most part, the worst of it is pretty much over. So I think we'll just kind of let it go from there. Now, as we continue on into later in the day, we can see some storms fire up into portions of North Dakota and western parts of North Dakota, but really it's the storms that could fire down into portions of South Dakota once again. That'll be the concern into the evening and afternoon, or afternoon and evening hours, and then those could kind of move to the northeast through the overnight hours and into Tuesday morning. But it looks like the main threat will be western South Dakota once again later in the afternoon. Maybe the possibility of some storms in through the Devil's Lake Basin as well, but that could reach some the severe limits. But by and large, it looks like western South Dakota will need to be watched, and then into portions of North Dakota. And so eastern South Dakota, southern Minnesota will be, they're going to be fine tomorrow. You can see how this jet stream here that's helped push some of these storms eastward surges to the north. And so that's why areas in the eastern South Dakota and southern Minnesota later tomorrow will be calmer, because they're going to be under the ridge. You know, all the storms are going to ride to the north and east. But unfortunately, western South Dakota is kind of under the gun again. So that's what we're looking at for Tuesday. So if you're in through Minnesota, just be aware you've got, you're probably going to continue just to see some severe warnings continue throughout the night. But the worst of it is likely over. I appreciate everybody for watching. Thank you for all the thumbs up and the likes and the subscribes. This has been awesome. Been fantastic. Make sure, thank you, Philip, if you're still there, Charm Accents, for subscribing, and anybody else I might have missed out there. But yeah, we'll do it again, and we'll continue to watch once again and see what happens here. Like I said, normally I do put out a forecast. Didn't get that out tonight, but hopefully tomorrow. All right, everybody. Good night. Thank you for watching.